Good evening, everybody. Good evening. How are you doing tonight? Welcome to another Stage of Reason here at Bridge the Divide. I am JL, and with me is Andrew. Andrew, I want to make sure that you're coming in. Can you hear us okay?
Sounding good over here. Good on your side?
Fantastic. All right, this is so weird. Welcome everybody. It's good to see everyone. I hope you all are doing well. Really quick, I want to make it through this because there's some stuff that we are doing. Welcome, Clive Wells. Thank you for the obligatory alternative energy as well as Turtle Moves. Thank you for that obligatory alternative energy. Mr. Andret as well. Plenty of alternative energy. I do love it. And thank you so much. Good to see you. I Killed Earl. Thanks so much for hanging out. Appreciate you being here. Joker's Wild, Metalcore Kick, good to see you. Mike Z5R, good to see you as well. Resist Oppression is hanging out. Good to see you, Resist. Let's see. Who else we got? We got Scott Newson is here. Good to see you, Scott. Spam goes here as well. Also hanging out. Appreciate that. Juggernaut Jared Reed, good to see you as well. And so we have a small amount of people in just right now, and that's good because a couple things to go over. Number one, we are doing something completely new. As you can see, there's a new bit of a layout that's going on right now, and the new layout, they're saying that Andrew's volume is a little on the low side. Just a touch on the low. Let me see if I can bring you up. Okay. I'm going to bring you up a little bit on my end, see if that helps.
Yeah, definitely do it on your side.
Awesome.
My side's kind of leveled out.
And good to see you, Colorado Biker. Thanks so much for hanging out, as well as Gretchen. Good to see you, Javers. Thanks so much for being here. And good to see all you channel members and, of course, all the mods. Thank you so much for being here. So we're doing something new. We are not on StreamYard. As you can tell, there's no names on things like this, but we're not on StreamYard currently. I'm currently broadcasting from OBS, directly from OBS. So I didn't use StreamYard this time. You can see there's a little bit of a different setup here on the screen. We got a few of the topics. We have the actual name of it. There's a link, a tinyurl.com to join the Stage of Reason, which is all set up through that service. So hopefully this will work out. This is really, really weird for me because I have OBS on this screen and I've got the actual physical live stream over here. Because technically I could link the chat over to the OBS window so I know what I'm looking at so I can just keep looking here, but I haven't done that yet. But we've got this all set up here, and the live stream is really, really delayed from the OBS. So everything is live here, so it's really, really odd. Plus I've got the guest room stuff set up over here so that people want to use the link. The link that is pinned down in the side chat, you can join the stage to have a conversation with us. We've got a whole new thing set up, so hopefully it'll be fun. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't know how I'm going to be able to. I saw that. Okay, so Andrew, you pulled up one of the chats on your screen. How did you do that?
Yep. Well, I got the full thing working that I wanted to have a chance.
Okay, because I don't have that.
So you haven't actually, so you got part of it in, but you never successfully fully got the thing in yet?
Well, I mean, that's what she said. But I honestly, I don't know what, I don't know what I'm. So we may have to talk about that. So I can do it. Until then, if there are any super chats or milestone chats or anything that pop up, you can bring them up on your screen, and I could just read them from there. So that'll work. I think that'll work. But yeah,
this is streaming vicariously through others.
Pretty much, yeah. Then we'll get it set up to where I can do that.
Absolutely.
This setup has such a high learning curve. I've never, when you think about it, it's kind of like running a live stream through Photoshop. And then you create all your different layers and then stack them as to where you want them and to where you want them to, and then when to be visible and all that other stuff. I have stuff that's hidden on here that's ready to go. So there's a video that I want to watch that connects to when we were talking about Joe Schmidt. And I know that a lot of people weren't, I know Joe Smid's video kind of went off the rails, but there's a video that connects to Joe Smid's that was not from Joe that really caught my attention, which I found really fascinating, and I want to take a look at it. I've already got that keyed up so we can watch that. I've got a special window dedicated for a guest that the guest wants to come in. All they have to do is click the link. As a matter of fact, I really hope that we get someone in soon so that we can at least test and make sure it's going on. So a lot of this stream is probably going to be some testing to make sure that everything runs solidly. It's going to be a learning experience. So I hope you guys stick around for that. I think it'll be fun. But that's pretty much it. And I'm going to do this. Oh, wow. I could have done like a members only, stream. So this is definitely, something new. Definitely something new. So make sure that we're good there. Oh, I think he's talking about like the sound of you typing yeah.
It's my lovely mechanical keyboard. Don't worry, Tony. It's gonna get real.
All right. So as soon as someone comes in and uses that, let's see. Did I lose the? No. Wait, is that pinned? Yeah. Okay. So the message is pinned. All right. Let me make sure that's good. Still good to go. Yeah. All right. So the link to join is still pinned at the bottom. And good to see you, Point Relative. Thank you for the obligatory alternative energy. Wait, can I do? No, I can't do that. No. Okay. So that doesn't do anything. Sir Equinox 42. Thanks so much for being here. Canadian Ollie elbows up. Good to see you. And who else? Unusual 686. And let's see. I think that's it. Oh, here we go. So
yeah, our first super chat coming in.
And thank you so much, Turtle Moves, for $2. I can actually see it if I just look at the damn live stream. For £2, it says spooky background. Is this the stage of horror? No, this was the only one that I found that I enjoyed. And when we get a guest in, the guest will actually cover up the spook. This is funny. When I downloaded this and I said, I think I'll just use this for a background because it's good, I didn't notice there was a spooky guy appearing and disappearing in the background. I didn't know that. So I didn't see that until I had it all queued up. And I was like, screw it. I'll just sit with it. Because when we get a guest in, they're going to cover up that little thing. You're not going to see it anyway. So thank you so much, Turtle Moves, for that £2. I do appreciate that. Juggernaut Jared Reed says, just remember one thing, Jail. It wouldn't be a live stream if some things didn't go wrong. Good point. Well, that's why we'll figure we'll Bill O'Reilly it. We'll do it live and we'll figure it out as we go along. It's going to be a learning curve. We need to rip the Band-Aid off anyway. There's also something I wanted to say about TikTok, because the whole goal was eventually to open the door to streaming on TikTok. And we did. I've actually gone live over there just to test it. Andrew's been with me. We've been testing something out, trying to figure it out, and we've had some success. But the one thing that's really stuck in my craw, that really grinds my gears, is the fact that I was live and I hit my vape and they restricted the live stream. So like I was like, so I'm sitting there like, talking with Andrew, we're going over something, and just absentmindedly I was like, and immediately a warning popped up and said, a live stream depicts potentially harmful behavior or some shit like that. And my live stream was automatically restricted. And I was like, what is this AI nonsense? Apparently TikTok's got an issue with it. And something something as innocuous as that. I mean, I'm not, of course I'm hitting a vape. I'm not smoking and I'm not drinking. I'm not waving guns around. The platform can do whatever it wants. But that seems unnecessarily restrictive, like extraordinarily restrictive. And then I've heard a number of other people. I heard John Cohen, and I've heard Justin, and a few others, and Parker. And a few times, like I've seen Parker get a job. I've seen a number of his streams when he's on TikTok, and he has had to completely restart everything because of a guest that they brought on. And I'm like you can bring a guest on, have them chat, and if they're fast enough, and you're not fast enough on the back end to shut it down, they can literally get your stream like dinged and pulled. And then you got to start this. And sometimes if you get enough successive dings before they pull you, he'll just kill the stream and then start all over again. And that's got to be annoying as piss. So I'm actually wondering, despite the fact that TikTok may open the door for a lot more conversations, will TikTok be worth it? Given that it's just me and Andrew working here. Andrew doesn't have like mod capabilities here on OBS like he does over on StreamYard. But we have nobody else. We don't have like a third person in the background who is monitoring the TikTok shit. How can we do that? And I don't even know if it's worth the damn headache dealing with TikTok's restrictions in order to stream over there, coupled with the quality of the conversations we're likely to have. So that's my deep concern.
Okay, there's a couple of ideas that can handle this. One for your vaping use. This is where we set up a hotkey to auto blur your camera. Okay, and yes, I've already found the options to do this. We're gonna have such fun in between sessions for the setup, macroing the daylights out of all of this. Automation is everything. So this will be able to solve your plug on that. A solution for TikTok, of course, this is always the problem with guests, right? So we could also alternatively not always bring guests up with video. That may
True.
be a little more limited. So you may just have like a banner at the bottom, TikTok caller, so and so, and give them a little visual representation without necessarily putting them on cam. So there's a question where that may be the easiest way out. So at least we run on a self-regulation kind of theory, and guests are audio. That is a possibility.
Point Relative says the fog is all your alternative energy contributions. Thank you, Point Relative. I do appreciate that. BV's off to work. You have a good one, BV. Thanks so much for hanging out, for popping in. Mystique Tina Jones is in the house. Good to see you, Tina. Says, we see no ghost. You've been on the mushrooms again. Just look at the screen. Look at the center of the background. Okay? Just look there and you'll see him. I promise you. Wrote in no last name. Good to see you. Says AI babysitters. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And Gretchen, yes, with the yeah, you can't do that on TikTok. Yes, Spam Goes here says TikTok is huge on censorship. It apparently is. It's really annoying. Hayden Walton, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Juggernaut Jared Reed says, want to know the other big thing, JL? People can't join your TikTok stream unless they're on a phone. That's also problematic. That another thing I ran into. Because I wanted to test what it was like to go onto a TikTok stream to see it from a guest perspective. When I went on TikTok, it was on Flatzoid stream. And I know worst stream possible to join. But I was on Flatzoid stream. And when I was live, I could hear him. And then when I talked, I heard myself coming back at me on delay. And so I would like say something and then like I would start saying something and then the delay would kick in and I would hear myself again while I was talking. And then sometimes the delay would keep going and then he would start talking while I was still hearing myself because he tends to overtalk and try to jump in and try to cut you off. And so it was a jumble of friggin' audio and trying to figure out what he was saying in the middle of the replay of the delay of my own words was absolutely insane. Someone says they can't. Gretchen says can't hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. I just did a bump on my side of 5 dB. I'm not sure if you'd be hearing me a good chunk louder right now.
I can hear you, but let me see. I don't know if that's because I'm pretty sure it's because of the guest room that you're currently in.
Yeah, maybe it's that mix out for how you brought me in that we gotta kind of balance where that is versus your mic.
Let me see.
That's part of the other things is custom EQing and some extra boost options.
You know, I never stopped the virtual camera. Do I need to stop the virtual camera?
No, you definitely
don't stop the virtual. Okay, I'll keep the virtual camera going. You're on the browser, so if I go to properties, height, width, control audio via OBS, custom SS, which I like this. We're good to go there. So there's nothing there. Browser.
Oh yeah, this is tricky because you're probably hearing me directly through your audio mix through Windows, so that's why you probably hear me fine. It's because you're not hearing me out through.
If I mute you in the guest room, then I can't hear you anymore. I can't hear you at all.
Oh, absolutely. But that's just because you're hearing the VDO pumping right out your audio mains. Yeah, so you'll always hear me fine. You just have to watch where I am on the mixer. Audio wise within OBS.
Yeah, in OBS you're coming in strong.
Well, we need to invent headroom.
In fact, at a couple times you're redlining. In fact, I could probably bring myself down a little bit because I'm redlining big time.
Oh, so it's you? Okay.
No, I was redlining. I was redlining, but you're coming in good. Whenever you talk, you're peaking as well. So.
Okay, I'm going to drag myself down a little notch here just because you did your work. I'm putting myself back to where I was. Okay. Everybody, here's our sound check. So everyone put in potato and judge me in jail. JL, Okay, need you to talk right after me for our potato test. Give me something on the mic for
Potato,
the audience.
potato, potato, patata. Boil them, mash them,
Okay,
stick them in a
let's
stew.
get some potato commentary to see how balanced we are in the side chat.
Okay,
and don't worry, metalcore. Yeah, don't worry, metalcore. We always have problems. Sound check is potato, but is potato good?
Revenge of the Tech Ghosts. So Spam goes here, says, I'm gaming in the background. Jail is roughly balanced with my normal computer audio. Andrew's a little lower now. Andrew sounds like he's talking through a sweater.
Wow. Wow. Hold on.
Your levels always show on the low end on my mixer.
Okay,
Jail is louder than normal, but Andrew is fine. Oh, okay. So I'm not sure.
Okay,
really quick, we do have a super chat.
3dB there.
We do have a super chat that came in. Give me 1 second. Damn, get off there.
Yep.
Where'd it go?
There we are.
Mick for $5 says, life may not be supernatural by the scientific definition, but it's astonishing enough to feel supernatural. I can get that. I can get that. The kind of like poetic style there. I can kind of get that. Let's see. Who else we got? I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. As well, good to see you. Turtle Moose. Cindy Johnson, good to see you. Says, I can hear you both. Excellent. Thank you so much, Cindy. I appreciate you being here. Bob Nodell's gyroscope is spinning in there. Good to see you, Bob. At To a Demo, good to see you. Greetings to you. Thank you so much for hanging out. And let me see. Juggernaut Jared Reed said, I started my fundraiser for Blood Cancer United. If I shared the link via DM, could you mention it jail? I certainly could. Definitely. Just DM it to me through Discord. Ralph Humphreys, good to see you. Appreciate you being here.
Ooh. Just noticed that it looks like oh my. Never mind.
What'd you do now?
I'm so silly. Just because I'm also working in studio mode. Like I'm doing changes, but it's not affecting in real time because of course I'm not pressing the flip back and forth button.
So this is interesting.
It's a me problem.
Now the super chat thing with the US 5 with the US 5 and everything. That's okay. Yeah, that looks good. But that's the same one that Justin uses that I've seen on Justin's. Is that something specific? Where did you get that?
It's specifically the one I linked you to.
Oh.
Yeah, you're about to be the awesome. You're inches from it, inches from victory.
We'll get there. I
need some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
And Juggernaut Jared Reed just linked his. I want to make sure that I get this right. Where did he go? Oh yeah, I need to scroll down. Blood Cancer United. It's a fundraiser for Blood Cancer United, and I'm putting the link right there. So he said, yes, it's all fine now, except we can still hear JL. Well, that's a good thing, Tony. That's a good thing. Let me check this, make sure we haven't had any guests come in. All right. Okay, so, yep, so there we go. And that's the link for that. And I also want to throw in a link. She is so close. She is so close to her goal. And this is the link for I Killed Earl's GoFundMe. She is so close to completing that goal. So let's see if we can, if you can help, that would be much appreciated. If you can share it to somebody who can help, that would also be super, super appreciated. So Jail needs Freddie to introduce the super chats. If I could get Robert Englund to do that, that would be great. If I could.
I got a filter for that.
You'd have to, I mean, if it could be like an automatic, like if you could have like an AI voice read the super chat, if it could be Freddy Krueger's voice, that would be pretty funny.
We're quickly approaching a world very similar to that of Rule 34 in real time.
It's so weird. I know I'm going to have to get a window up so I can actually view the chat over here on OBS, so I'm not breaking my neck going back and forth. But I want to do this. this is what I want to test. Before we dive into the review that I want to take a look at, that I already have queued up, and I want to do the intro. Tony, PhD Tony, if you are available, come on to the like click the link so that we can test and make sure that's going to work out okay if we get a guest. What I'm really hoping for is Steelborn comes back, because I want to continue that conversation that we had with Steelborn. I really do. That's the one I'm looking forward to. But I want now I can understand why when I saw Team Skeptic running a live stream, he wasn't really paying attention to the chat because he was too busy looking at other stuff that needed his attention. Now I get why he was doing that. That tracks now. So, but I love looking at the chat because I want to make sure people know that I see them and I'm aware of them and I recognize them. Check the epistemic grounding of your mic. That's hilarious.
Yes, ground loops are definitely a problem for microphones.
Yeah.
So, how potatoey do I sound is the question.
You sound good to me, and I'm quite certain that the chat, to the live chat, put a 1 in the chat if you can hear Andrew. If Andrew is coming in clear, 1 in the chat. 1's in the chat if you can hear Andrew. And I'm not giving you a can't hear Andrew number, because anything that's not a 1, I'll know that. Like this, but yes, 1's in the chat if you're able to hear Andrew.
And let me know if there's a tone issue somewhere.
Yeah, Javer says you're coming in. Yep.
Yep. So apparently sounding fine now. So our relative levels are pretty good. So there's a question as to any tonal issue. Like, am I booming on one side or tinny?
You sound balanced. You sound good.
But mildly muffled from Road No Last Name.
Green Wizard, good to see you. Green Wizard needs food. Appreciate you hanging out. So yeah, Tony, if you get the opportunity, click the link, and that should take you to the guest room. So it's not like StreamYard, but I have it set up so that we can bring you onto the stage. Okay, so when you get the chance.
Okay, there we are. Got a little bit of live IQ. My audio should be changing on your side, and I'm getting a little bit of feedback, which I think just got canceled. How are we sounding now?
Sounds okay to me.
Okay, spam. I just did some tweaking over here. Any difference?
No, that sounds the same to me. Unless you're asking the live chat. Okay, looks like he's coming in. All right, good. And he came in muted. Excellent, because that's on purpose. That's set up. And now I can do that, and I can do.
Okay, highs have just been enhanced on my side. Ooh,
give me 1 sec.
Okay, I see Tony in VDO.
There he is. Tony, can you hear us? Okay, and now go ahead and talk.
Use the words. We need the words. Woo.
Okay, is he coming in a little echoey?
Well, he might based on yeah, I'm not hearing an echo necessarily.
Okay, let me do.
Sounding good for as far as I'm concerned. I see you on screen. Audience, everyone see and hear Tony okay?
Hayden Walton says, oh, fuck, it's Tony.
Wow.
All right, Dreamscape444, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. And Tony, give us a quick test. Just test, make sure people can hear you. People are saying that they can't hear Tony at all.
I can't hear Toby either.
He says, Tony. Okay, so your audio should be okay. Let me see here.
Yeah, that's because the Video Ninja screen where we see the triple here. It's just the feed that's going into OBS on JL's side isn't getting your audio into the OBS audio mixing side.
Okay, why is that not happening? Okay, one sec.
And give me a sec here as well to close off that EQ I had
Let
going.
me go to the, hang on a sec, let me go to the browser. Audio. Not at the moment.
Talking. Can you hear me? Wow.
Okay, I actually am not. Okay, so yeah, there's no audio pickup for that room on Tony's. So there needs to be an audio pickup for the guest room on Tony's. So give me one sec, Tony.
Yeah, did you set the okay, actually I guess there's a question about what the audio capture source is. Because it's like, be right back.
I told you on the everybody in the live stream, I apologize for it. I told you there was there's going to be a little bit of tech figuring out. Dreams gives, how do you even use OBS? It's a good question. We are figuring that out as we speak because I'm getting Tony's audio visual. I'm getting his camera, but I'm not getting his audio, which I need to figure out. Give me 1 second. Okay. Oh, this should be it. Properties. Okay, Tony, talk now.
All right, I'm talking.
Okay, so let me know in the live chat if you can hear Tony now. Test.
Tests, testing, test. Oh. Bob Joe doesn't know what an Actium is.
Okay, Tony's coming in. I forgot to click the option on your screen in order to control audio via OBS, so I could actually create a channel for you in the audio mixer, which will allow me to will allow everybody to actually hear and pipe your audio in from the guest room. All right, fantastic. Right. So we're good there. All right, so we got my audio coming in.
But so can Andrew say some stuff? So.
Yep, still here. And I fed back a little bit there, so somebody's got a speaker going.
So I heard the first two words that Andrew said.
I know it is. Hang on a sec. Andrew, give it test.
Test. Here we go. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Keeping my audio steady, so hopefully nothing gets stuttery.
Can you hear him?
Very, very distantly, like not clearly at all. You're coming through very, very clearly. Andrew, is very, very unclear.
Testing over here. I should be coming in just at.
And it's very variable. There are points where I can hear him quite well for 1 or 2 words, and then he just dropped out.
I'm wondering if I'm looping as well.
Tony is transferred from an ought to an is. Yep.
Yep, that's right.
Let's see here. All right, so Tony's coming in strong. That's good. It says Andrew is nice and rich on our side now.
Oh, hold on.
Right.
I guess
my guess is, so I can hear JL extremely clearly, but my guess is that if the guests can't hear Andrew or can't hear other people, that's going to be bad. So,
okay, TP Seeker. I'm seeing audio's good. Just got to verify. Is it good now or before?
Well,
So,
hang on a sec.
hold on.
Now he's blowing out. Let me drop it down to about there. So I think that might help. The problem is Andrew, is that Tony can't hear you.
I get a dim sort of there's something happening, but it's not words. So there's some murmur. It's like he's on the far side of a wall. So I can hear something, but it's not at all clear.
Everybody in the live stream says that we're sounding good. Thank you so much, Point Relative, for being a member of the Godless Army for 2 months. I do appreciate that support. You rock. Clive Wells is back in the chat. Hayden Wells says, what is this, a Steely Dan recording? Nice. And Host the Demon, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. All right. And that's Andrew's. Yeah, Bob, I think you are 6 hours ahead of me. Exercising the tech ghosts, definitely. Yeah, so making sure that the guest audio is coming through and people can hear them and you can hear me, which is good. Got to figure out why you can't hear Andrew, but I can. Let me see it real quick. It's weird that let's see. You are guest 1, so we can do. Sorry. Andrew, you still there?
Yep, just got back.
Can you hear him now, Tony?
Testing. Testing. 1,
If
2,
you
3.
just say something again, Andrew.
Yep, talking again. Everything's looking normal on my side. I'm like,
again, there's sort of faint buzzing, but nothing legible, nothing intelligible.
hold on a second. I'm wondering if we're getting a bit of a loop back thing. Do you have a guests being able to hear other guests option in video right now, JL?
Yeah, it's clicked on. It's clicked on.
Okay. Because, yeah, JL saying that he can hear me fine. I'm coming in the same source. Like, it's coming into VDO. So I'm a little bit of a...
Yeah, guess hear others.
Okay. It's getting better. So he still sounds like he's underwater, but I heard what sounded like it was mumbling for a full sentence rather than just occasional words on which there was stress. Okay, so AI suggests that audio routing is missing or one person's audio tracks are not shared properly between guest platforms. OBS might not be sending the audio back through the virtual cable or secondary channel.
I'm thinking it has something to do with how okay, so like on the audio cable, I've got on audio settings, I've got Andrew, I've got your input. Let's say your output is cable A output.
That's what I've got on my side for me. So like that's coming from my OBS.
Right.
So I've got like my own master mixer, which is coming off just my studio mic here.
So one suggestion here: audio devices set to different sample rates. cause distortion, static, or muffled sound.
Okay. Okay, I've just cut over directly to my microphone. So as opposed to passing, instead of passing through OBS. Yeah, okay. Instead of passing through OBS, I'm now passing my microphone direct.
You still having trouble hearing him, Tony?
Yeah, I am still having trouble hearing him.
I'm naturally blurry.
Let me just look at my sound. Can you ask Andrew what? And I'm hearing myself.
You're hearing yourself now?
Yes.
Then I haven't changed anything, so that's something that Andrew did.
I'm on my microphone direct right now. So now I've completely bypassed.
Okay, I heard Andrew very clearly for a moment there.
I'm wondering if this is a VDO problem just globally. Because right now I'm directly on just straight audio devices, not through OBS. OBS is only my camera at this point, not my audio source. So direct off of this guy.
Ah.
Is it your mic? Is it your USB mic?
Yeah, that's a USB. Yeah, microphone to USB. That's this guy. That's the guy I was talking to you fine with just prior. But instead of getting it out of OBS, I grabbed it directly.
Test it now.
Yeah. Now, okay. Now you're getting me through as the pass through of OBS. So OBS has got my mic, and then it's outputting it through cable A.
And can you hear him, Tony?
Any change?
No, still not.
It says Video Ninja. Gretchen says that Ninja always works better with headphones and mics. So,
well, I can fix that on my side. Hold on.
I can put some headphones in if that's.
We seem like you're doing fine. It's fine on your end, Tony.
But Andrew can hear me. Is that right?
Andrew, you can hear hear Tony. Okay, so Tony's coming in for Andrew perfectly. Tim Davidson for $2 says O with a capital BS. Thank you so much, Tim Davidson. I appreciate that. We are getting it sorted, and everybody's still coming in good on the live stream. Host of the Demon. Some say they're still playing with audio settings to this day.
CJL, we got to get you off those giant cans onto some serious gear.
D to the Dubs, thank you so much for being a member of the Godless Army for 3 months. I appreciate that. And TP Seeker says, cool 80s shirt.
Yeah, Clive asks a very pertinent question.
Where was Clive's question?
Have you been responsible in your magpie feeding habit?
Yes, did I feed them after midnight?
Right, okay, well, that could be the source of your problems. You're not supposed to.
Well, Joker's Wild is it looks like these fellas didn't study for this audio test. So trying to figure this out, like having the opportunity to go live and making sure that, I mean, obviously we could have had a guest come on. We could have done a deal where we tested it with a guest that could just come in and just make sure that it's all going good before we went live. But I had stuff going on, Andrew had stuff going on, and just like IRL kind of got in the way, and figured we would just figure this out and we'll get there. My streams typically run quite a while. We've only been live for 42 minutes and we'll figure it out, you know. The biggest question after this will be bringing multiple people in, because of the way you have to do OBS. You have to create an entirely new thing, bring in a brand new link, and do another window as well. And having multiple people on there might be problematic. So if I do get a guest, I may have to switch between people. And but we need to make sure that we can get this audio thing figured out so that the guest can hear Andrew when Andrew's talking.
It's yeah, that's the important thing.
Mm-hmm. But what's neat is when we do have a guest, I can do this. Go ahead and talk, Tony. And they can't unmute themselves. Yay!
Okay.
And it doesn't have to pull them. I don't pull them off the screen. And so we don't have to deal with someone unmuting themselves so that they can deliberately overtalk me when I'm trying to ask a question or do something of that nature. So if somebody gets unruly, I finally have control of what's going on. So I'm very pleased about that. Gretchen says, why'd you leave StreamYard? So in order to maximize the capabilities in streaming, you kind of got to go OBS. It's OBS or vMix or something of that nature, and to have more streaming capabilities. StreamYard is good and is getting better, and I've been using it for forever, so it's extremely intuitive. The problem with StreamYard is that the number one issue with StreamYard is that if I have a guest on and I mute them because they're becoming unruly or doing whatever, they can unmute themselves. Like I can't. There's no like master control. In order to stop their audio, I have to pull them off the stage, which makes it look like I kicked them. So, which I don't like. So we should the master account should be able to mute people and them stay muted. The problem is the way they designed StreamYard. I actually asked StreamYard about this. They designed StreamYard with the specific intention of it being like for meetings when you wouldn't need to mute people technically. And so it's designed for collaborative and cooperative work. And when someone gets unruly, you can mute them and kind of like hope that the person just doesn't unmute themselves. But they can, and they just do that consistently. I don't like that function. And so that's one reason. The other thing is the ability to have things on the screen and to make things look interesting and more dynamic and try to have a more engaging stream going, a more engaging looking live stream is the whole point. If this becomes way too problematic or if StreamYard gets better at what it does, then I may do something different. But because I know StreamYard really, really well, but we'll figure it out. Yeah. Spam goes here is right. Designed for adults to adult at each other is the whole point. JL, the evil dictator of OBS. And we learned today the importance of having a producer. This is true. Like I said, I don't have anybody in the background doing all the stuff that normally, so I can focus on doing the live stream. I don't have anybody in the back doing it because I noticed that all the top people do that, but then again, all those top people, they pay those people to be producers on the back end, which I don't have enough income right now to afford putting someone on the payroll and paying them what they're worth. And I'm not going to pay someone for exposure because I'm not that big. If I had 5 million, if I had 5 million subs, I may do that. I would just be like, you can come in and intern a little bit. I'll be big enough to do something like that. But I want to pay, if I'm going to pay somebody to help on the channel, I want to pay them what I feel they're worth. I'm going to pay them what they're worth. I'm going to make it worth their while to take the time and do that.
Maybe hire somebody really crappy, and then you can pay them what they're worth, and not break the bank.
How much do I pay you? Nothing. Great, I'll triple it.
Yeah,
Joker's
that
Wild
may not solve your problem. So, can we just check what Andrew's, what the sampling rate on Andrew's audio is?
Andrew, what is your sampling rate?
Yeah, give me a sec. Sorry.
He's doing something.
Yeah, I was looking for an audio adapter over here to get my in-ear monitors plugged up. Hold on.
Yes, I did want to say that the channel memberships from Point Relative.
Oh, where did it go? Oh, thank you so much. They're kind of okay. So Okay, so first off, D the Dubs, thank you so much for being a member of the Godless Army for 3 months. I appreciate that support, D. And of course, Bob Nodell's going to have to bounce before I do. Otangelo. Thank you so much, Bob. I appreciate that for putting that evil on us. Tim Davidson for $2 says, I love my cans and my headphones too. Thank you so much for Tim Davidson for $2. And of course, Point Relative has gifted 10 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Point Relative. Welcome, Gretchen Z, D to the Dub, Scientific Origins, Frank Perry, Stephen Boy Merriman, Jesse V, Insane Angel, Tim Davidson, Trisha Denson, Lordly gentleman and coder of bugs to the Godless Army. Please enjoy the custom emojis and, of course, the channel badge. And the channel badge is modeled after the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're a member here, the more your mind expands. Thank you all so much for that support. Thank you, Point Relative. You rock. Appreciate that. I can't believe that slipped by me.
Oh, hold on. Yeah. So Tony, just answer where you were.
Well, you have issues going on.
I just hold on. I just changed those settings in OBS, but right now my audio is still directly off of USB, which is directly on the raw mic. Which
So
I've always
JL, could you go to advanced audio properties in OBS?
Let's see. Okay, on his or yours?
Well, Tony should be hearing me through VDO right now since we're hearing each other direct.
If I go to audio,
it doesn't say. It just says OBS in general.
let me do this.
Yeah. Well, Tony shouldn't be hearing me through you. Tony should be hearing me directly through the VDO back end.
Can you hear him now, Tony?
And this is, like I said, coming straight off the mic direct, not as processed through my OBS. I disengaged that temporarily.
So Tony can't hear him from there.
But I did also fix my OBS down to 44.1 standard versus 48 kilohertz for the sampling. So I did change that. So if I want to switch it over, I can do that.
Okay, so Tony, it's not. So I went to, okay, so I can go into my advanced settings and I can affect my stuff. If I go into, let me see, his is the browser.
That's the thing is, if you're capturing browser audio, that's not going to be the best way to capture this. So that may be part of the problem as well, is the fact of using.
So one of the suggestions that our AI overlord has come up with is going into advanced, going into advanced audio properties in OBS, set audio monitoring to monitor an output.
Let's see.
Wait a second.
Monitoring is
I
enabled.
I do admire rodent no last names optimism. 46 watching, but only 27 likes. Smash that like button. Yeah, I'm not sure that this is the stream that I would. Okay.
And Tim Davidson, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. So did I just spend $2 to say I got to poop? You did. You did. And now we all know that. We all know that about you. Let's see.
Also I checked my audio sampling and it's at 48,000.
Mine was at 48, and I've just switched down to 44.1 just to something different.
And our AI overlords suggest that this is a symptom. This is a symptom that perhaps Andrew's audio sampling is not at 48,000.
Okay, well, the big catch is that this is just doing a standard web app that was capturing my microphone raw before, which is where we were with StreamYard, which means functionally web is web and my mic was my mic. And there's nothing changed on the USB level. And hold on.
Again, I can still hear myself, and it sounds a little bit like you're mumbling on the other side of a very thick wall.
Okay, I've just gone
with the exception that when I hear myself very clearly.
Well, that's a perk. Okay, I've just killed off my my live speakers over here, and I'm on straight on in-ear monitor. So acoustic feedback from me should be gone.
Wrote in the last name says bridge the tech support. How may I help you? Right.
Tim Davidson asked, we tried to bridge the router.
And Vert to Ferk has been a member of the Godless Army for 42 months. Thank you so much, Vert to Ferk. I do appreciate that support. You rock. You are closing in on that legend badge. You really are. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate it. Let's see here. That's my mic. Guest one. That's you. That's you, Tony. And monitoring is enabled on
The
you.
number one guest. Take that, Andrew.
Options, advanced audio properties, guest 1, monitoring is enabled, all tracks. And Andrew, you can hear Tony, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So why can't Tony hear you? I do not get that at all.
Gretchen asks if we've tried turning it off and turning it back on again.
Andrew, did you pay the new sampling tariff? Will you be traveling to Lake America this weekend?
Yeah, I get it as soon as I cross
Yes.
as soon as I cross Lake Epstein list. Yeah.
Why can't Tony hear you?
Well, I can hear him. Yeah, and I can hear myself too. But it's just that he's very, 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 very mumbly to the point of incoherence.
Media.
I was wondering if that's because of noise cancellation, because I think JL, are you putting back a filtered audio into, like, what is your audio into video? What are you feeding?
I have to say, my experience using OBS is it's very unintuitive.
Very much so. That's my. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I hear Tony echoing back, and I think it's because what you're feeding into
That
video
was clearer. That was much
mixed.
clearer, Andrew. Not great, but much clearer.
No, but the echo, I believe, is because right now, JL, I think you might be feeding.
Okay, it got a little bit worse there.
Yeah, you may be feeding all of video back at video right now. That's why I was wondering what your output.
Now I can't hear anything.
And because of that, I think video may be noise canceling because it's hearing these two sources.
Hang on a sec. Test.
Okay, I can hear you, certainly.
Okay. Andrew, talk.
Test.
He still can't hear you.
No, nothing.
And he can hear me just fine.
Time.
No, because Ninja, okay, so video is just taking my audio in from my mic.
It's a question about what you're outputting to video.
Okay, so video is capturing my audio directly from my microphone, and the audio that's coming out of my speakers is coming from video. I'm assuming it's coming from video as well. It's how I can hear you guys.
Well, it's not just your microphone that it's picking up, unless
that's the only one it's hooked to.
Oh, well, you're also sending, for instance, your video feed, like your intro got fed to us. I was trying to make sure. Tony, can Tony talk for a second? Because he's the one who echoes more.
Tony, can you talk?
Yeah, sure. I can talk. In fact, many people would argue my problem is that I can't stop talking.
And I see I Killed Earl. It says, has been a member of the Godless Army for 37 months. It says, I don't know why it says Ellis is welcome to Godless Army, but you've been a member of the Godless Army for 37 months. I see that. You're good to go. You're good to go, Earl. I Killed Earl says, I'm an old hag in the Godless Army. Need a whiteboard drawing. And let me see. TP Seeker, good to see you. Noise Ending, good to see you as well. Logic and Reasoning. Logic and Reasoning says hello to Tony. Hello, Squire.
Yeah, I did say hello back in the
Okay.
chat.
And make sure I didn't miss anybody. All right, I think we're good there. The question is getting Andrew to be able to hear Tony before we dive into, because
No,
I still
Andrew,
want to.
Andrew can hear me. I can't hear Andrew.
Getting Tony to be able to hear Andrew.
I can't hear Andrew at all now. So whatever you've done recently, I can't even hear the mumbling, and I can't hear myself.
Okay, talking now. So I'm perfectly at like just into the yellow on my mixer, and that's on input and output. I hear Tony's typing extremely
That's my
clearly.
typing. Probably my typing.
If I heard you any clearer, I might be able to decode it in real time.
Okay, hang on a sec. Because Video Ninja uses a peer-to-peer mesh network for room connections, individual participant links are established directly between each browser. If person 3, which is Tony, can hear person 1 but not person 2, the web RTC media connection specifically between 2 and 3 has failed or been blocked. Refresh the problem connection, have person 2 and person 3 refresh their browser tabs. If you're using the Video Ninja Director Room, you open the Mesh Network debug tool, locate the connection error between 2 and 3, and click Restart this ICE path. If you're using Video Ninja Director, which is me, open the Mesh Network debug tool, locate the connection error between 2 and 3.
So do you want me to reload?
Give me 1 sec before you do that.
Well, we got more more memberships.
We did. Thank you so much, Vert to Ferk, for gifting 10 memberships to the Godless Army. Appreciate that support. Welcome, Noise Ending, T. Cerberus, Jeffrey Anderson, Jamon, Dr. Osiris, Cookies Riot, Cassian Velric, MM Wolch, Ron Fox, and Skydiver Tanner. I haven't seen Skydiver Tanner in forever. Welcome to the Godless Army. Thank you so much for that. And, of course, enjoy the custom emojis and the channel badge. You rock. Thank you so much. And good to see you, JR. J. Patrick, good to see you as well. It's JR says this is exhilarating. Yeah, we're trying to make it work. BB says I like landlines better. Let's see here real quick. But I think, where the heck is this? Change browser. Ask person 2 or person 3 to switch browsers. Move from Safari to Fire. I don't know. Like check network restrictions, strict firewall. I don't think that's it. Mesh Network debug tool.
Yeah, more memberships.
Oh, dang. Get that. And, thank you so much, Regios001 has gifted 20 memberships to the Godless Army. Welcome, Nathaniel Jones, Kelly K, Relic Invictus, Asgard, Psycho TV, and Phoenix Wildfire, Occultic, Quintar Farinor, Saka Marset, Araya Tegan, It's Whoop, Zephyrs, Carpe Venom, D. Hanswers, Dodgeesman, One Drop Boys, Dr. Carla J. Strand, and Bone Diver China, and Jackson Craft Gaming Skates, and of course Seahawk Gal. Thank you all so much. Welcome to the Godless Army. I hope you enjoy the custom emojis and the channel badge. And thank you so much. Huge ups to Regio001 for the 20 gifted memberships. You rock. I do appreciate that support. And Coffee College, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Noise Ending says, I'm only sending koalas from here on out. Oh, and I Killed Earl has gifted 20 memberships to the Godless Army. Welcome, MacNana Banana, Kova4218, Jay Wolford, Entropy Matters, Planner Walk. Planner Walk is subscribed to my channel. That's awesome. Arkham Orderly, Heather Flug. Who else we got? I missed somebody. Corner Collections and Creations, Kids Love Satan, Teshla Freeman, Adamil, Stephanie Quinton, Red Hot, Millowy, the B Family, Valen Mullins, Deridus, Jet Screamer 7, Jason, and Daniel Batiste. Welcome all of you to the Godless Army. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I Killed Earl. Thank you so much for that gift, for those gifted memberships. 20 memberships to the Godless Army. You rock.
Okay.
All right. So where is the
over
mesh
here.
debug network tool in director controller? By clicking the mesh network of connected nodes icon located beside the room name.
Yeah, hold on a quick sec. 'Cause I just changed browsers as an FYI for VDO
Okay.
just because. Any difference on your side, JL?
No, you two switch positions in VDO, but I still don't think Tony can hear you.
I cannot.
This is
Just to check that Andrew can still hear me.
Hold on.
Yes, he can still hear you. You're coming in good to him.
Perfect. Okay, this is clearly a VDO issue because JL, you can hear me.
Yeah.
I can hear one. This is pure VDO. This is not.
And
it's
Spam
not,
says that his volume has gone down. Andrew's volume has gone down again.
Oh, sorry. I dragged my mic away. That's a me problem. Yeah, don't worry about that. Darn it.
Okay, hang on a sec.
Tony, we're Commonwealth. This shouldn't be an issue. We don't even have tariffs.
Look, based on the number of memberships that we've received, I think that screwing up your tech is a hip market that really resonates.
And thank you so much, Coffee College 987 for the $2 super chat. Says your badass mods need a toast. Mods over gods. They absolutely do. My mods rock, and they handle business when I'm not able to. So there's a reason that they're all mods, and they rule. So Spam goes here. I Killed Earl. Clive Wells, Tony is a mod as well. All you guys rule. Every single mod that's in there, I appreciate you hanging out and keeping it on lock. God has cursed Jail's stream. Maybe it's because of the video that I want to review. Maybe it's because of that. I'm looking for the connected nodes icon in Video Ninja. I'm looking for that and I can't find it.
So you could. This is the type of question because OBS and Ninja are so unintuitive and so technically demanding. I have very little difficulty just going to AI and asking it questions. It would be my default solution.
That's where I'm at right now. Let's see. Click the network icon next to your room name in the director interface. Stage. Okay, hang on a sec. Oh, there it is. God, that's so tiny. All right, hang on a sec. Scene view, director. Okay, figure that out. Okay, a sec. Select refresh after guest join or finish connecting to load the active connection map. Analyze links. Inspect individual peer-to-peer arrows for packet loss, path candidates, and connection health. It says you two are good. NX and I can close that. NX and Ian, those are the two of you. It says your connection is good in Ninja. I see you two connected. And state connected, direction bidirectional, both published to each other. Close that. Let me refresh that. And Andrew,
relay option on my side.
And Tony, you still can't hear Andrew.
No, I can't.
Okay, as far as VDO goes, you two are connected.
Okay.
Testing again. Let's try one of those AI suggestions.
Analyze links. Everything's good there. Click the network icon next to room name. Yeah, so I found that. It's actually a super tiny little icon up there at the top. So if their networks cannot establish a direct peer-to-peer route, and that's adding the parameter and relay to both of their invite links to route their traffic through a turn server instead, if that's even necessary.
Yeah, I already did that on my side. So maybe if Tony does it as well. Hold on, I'm gonna reload the raw link with that added on.
Oh, okay. So let me get back to the live chat really quick. So Clive Wells says, "Were you going to review Katz's debate with Jim Bob today?" I actually, I hadn't thought about it. I wasn't planning to. I know that it's going to be. I mean, just by Katz's own admission, it was a shit show. So how much we get out of it? It's Jim Bob, and it's like that. And I know it's like 2 hours long, so that there's that. I have another video that I was going to view because that one is the one that really caught my attention. So maybe. And then of course, I Killed Earl says, "Oh my God, Habermas dropped his 4th book." Gary Habermas, to be perfectly honest, Gary Habermas does not impress me. I know that people like Paulogia really go after his stuff and what he claims, but I've never found him to be impressive, and I never was inspired to give him the credit or give him the benefit of the doubt like someone like Antony Flew was willing to do. I don't find what he talks about. I don't find his arguments all that compelling, and he still makes the same mistakes that a lot of apologists do. So I know he's written like 4 massive books about the resurrection, but it doesn't matter. He could write 1,000 books about the resurrection. It's not going to solve the problem. Ultimately, it's not what it's going to do. He can argue till heat equilibrium or thermal equilibrium, and it's not going to prove anything. Is the whole point? So that's just my takeaway regarding Habermas's work. Let me see. Tony, do me okay. So I don't have you in OBS. Oh, you set up a whole new link. Okay, hang on a sec. Copy that to the clipboard. Properties. New URL. Paste that. Okay. Andrew should be there's Andrew.
Yep. So I added that the relay option in. I completely started a whole new browser session, fully flushed.
Can Andrew say something?
I already am.
Yeah,
there it goes.
Tony still can't hear you.
No.
Pafooey.
I have to say, secretly, it's getting more and more tempting that when I can finally hear Andrew, just to pretend not to. That is becoming more and more tempting as this goes on. But that just shows how grotesquely immoral I am.
Why can't you hear him? Are person 2 and person 3 using Chrome, Firefox, or Safari? What are you guys using?
I'm using Chrome.
I started, as always, on Chrome. I'm currently on Firefox, and now I'm on Firefox with extra command prompt, the @relay, extra parameter. I've tried everything here.
Ninja rooms are peer-to-peer. Each pair of participants has a separate connection. Let me go back to this network. You guys are still connected. Like all 3 of us are connected. I can hear you both. Why is that not working? Okay, so here's another test. because I've got. Let me do this, Tony. I'm going to back you out, and I'm going to test something else. Okay.
Okay.
So if I do this, if I do copy that, go to guest one properties, nix that, new deal. Okay, I'm backing Tony out. Gretchen, how's it going? Okay, well, hang on a sec. There's one thing I forgot to do. My bad. No, control audio via OBS. You're good there. And should be oh yeah, boom. Sorry, I had you muted. My bad. That's my command on Ninja. Okay, Gretchen, can you talk?
I can. Yeah.
Excellent.
Hearing
Okay.
you perfect.
You're coming in great.
Let me mute the YouTube's. Let me mute the YouTube stream. Hold on.
Okay, great. So I can hear you. You can hear me. Andrew, talk.
Yep. Sounding good over here. How am I coming through?
Nope, dead silent.
And she cannot hear you at all. Andrew.
Nope.
It's got to be something on your end, dude.
It can't be because you hear me. You hear me. No. JL, you hear me through VDO. That's where the problem is. Somewhere in the webs.
Complete mime, dude. Nothing.
Okay, we can test this. No, hold on, hold on a sec. We can test this. Okay, so let me do this. Copy. Actually, no. We have a test. We can do this. I'm gonna copy Tony's link, and now I'm gonna go to Andrew's window. Tony, can you hear? Tony, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. Gretchen, can you hear Tony?
No, I cannot.
Aha. So 2 different deals coming in here. This has got to be something in OBS.
Yeah, I can't hear Gretchen either.
It's weird because when I was backstage in Video Ninja, I could hear all of you. Before you brought me up, I could hear everybody.
This is an OBS thing, Andrew. This is OBS. Tony, can you hear Andrew talking right now?
No.
So he can't hear you talking in VDO. That's weird. Tony. Okay, so wait, hang on a sec. So if I do that, okay. Okay, so Gretchen, can you hear Andrew talking?
No.
What the hell? What the hell is going on with this? It's when I connected them to OBS. So if I do that, no, because that's just knocking down. That's just take. Well, I was just turning off their visibility in OBS. That's all I was doing. I don't think I can without disco. I think people have to disconnect from the OBS thing.
Do you want me to try reconnecting?
I was say if I do. How do I mute that source? Because it's coming from a browser. Yeah. Well, that would just be turning off. That would just be turning off their vision, turning them off visually. Okay, but you guys can't hear each other in OBS though, or in VDO. You guys can't hear each other in VDO. Gretchen, can you hear Andrew? Or you can only hear me. Yeah, it's a green button. Guess hear others. Hang on a sec. Highlight director, embed a side like that. Look record. No. That's the room settings. That's the room set. Oh, that's hang on a sec. Draw screen, show full screen button. That's not it either. So I know how. So we're bringing people on, and they can hear me just fine, and I can hear them. Why is that not connecting? And I see Scott Muscles back in the chat. Rono Same says, "Have you tried sacrificing a virgin to Nyarlathotep?" Let's see. Yes, JL does tech. Yeah, it's my bad. Okay, I guess this is gonna be. This is a ninja, but it's the only place I can think of it. Because you both are all of you are coming in via Ninja, so no, that's that. No, that's not it. It's maybe like that. That's the private chat. And there, what the living shit? That's controlling my audio settings. Hang on a sec. And just double checking. So all three of you are in video, and you guys can't hear one another.
Yeah, that seems to be it.
Nope.
Okay, I can hear you, Andrew. And I can hear Gretchen, and I can hear Tony.
And I think YouTube can hear us all too.
And you all should be able to hear one another because the mesh network has you all connected.
Well, it sounds like that isn't great.
I'm gonna refresh real quick, see if that does any.
That's why
thing.
it's all connected. That's why I can hear all of you, and it has you all connected. So you all should be able to hear each other in the room. If I were to guess hear others, if I were to turn that off, still connected. Why is that not? All connections are healthy. We can't hear Andrew. Okay. Andrew's currently not linked into the OBS, which is why you can't hear Andrew.
Okay.
But everybody in the live stream can hear Tony and Gretchen talking. They just can't hear each other, is the problem. And I think only I can hear you, Andrew, in the video in Ninja, in video. Well, when multiple guests are in a ninja room, when multiple guests in a video ninja room cannot hear each other, it's usually caused by conflicting URL parameters, muted audio routing, or restricted peer-to-peer mesh connections. Oh, crap. Hang on a sec. One second.
There it is.
Son of a bitch. I think I may have known what it was. No, because it's the same link. It should be the same link every time. Let me do this. Copy that. Okay, really quick. This is what we're gonna do. Everybody's gonna go out of Ninja except for me. Okay, everyone's gonna go out of Ninja, and I'm gonna do a new link for everybody to join. Okay, not the tiny URL link that Gretchen clicked and Tony clicked. Not that one. Just a completely different one. All right. It's gonna be I'm not gonna do the adjustment to it. It's the one up at the top. Guests can use the link to join the group room. Is what this is going to be. So I'm going to copy that link, customize it. Don't need to customize it. Should be good. Yeah, okay, that's good. All right. Let me do this. Okay, so as it stands, I'm the only one currently in the live stream. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to send Andrew the link. I'm going to send PhD Tony the link. And I'm going to send Gretchen Z the link. All right. Yes, Clive, blame me. Certainly blame me. This is so weird with the live stream being on a delay from what I can see. Now I'm going to bring this. Okay, so I've got Tony in. Tony's clicked the link. He's in. And if I copy here, wait a second. Hold on. And if I do okay, Tony, can you hear me?
Yes.
Andrew, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Andrew, can you hear Tony?
I hear Tony.
Tony, can you hear Andrew?
No.
Hello, Tony. Tony. Hi, Tony. Yes, no, maybe.
Not at all.
Touch page permissions, status like that. And so now we have the problem that we had when you, Andrew, were in the browser room instead of the guest room. So maybe it's an OBS issue. Give me 1 second, Gretchen. I do see you. And cool. Actually, all right, let me do this. So read access OBS, no, and then browser.
JL,
Yeah.
if you're sure you've got the video room with the people being able to hear each other, can you quit out of video for a minute, leave the three of us together, and see if your removal allows us to talk amongst ourselves? Testing. Anybody hearing me now? Anybody? You hear me? Yeah, Tony. I know mocking me would be awesome.
Tony, can you hear anybody?
I don't know. I'm still wondering if he's gonna if that threat's coming through or not.
Tony, can you hear? Can you hear anybody?
Tony's typing. And Tony doesn't hear either of us.
Tony, Tony,
But
do you have
that
your
is
ears
bizarre now, right? Now we can hear. Now at least I can hear you. Well, no, you can hear me technically.
in? Okay.
I could always hear all of you. Video is.
Okay, hang on a sec.
Video has issues. You know, like I said, it's the best first idea that we came across. It's
But hang on a sec. Let's test it. Let's test this. Let's test this.
Yeah.
Okay. Andrew has like Andrew.
He's using a new one now, but he is going to steal the chat function out of Video Ninja. And
Andrew, can you hear me?
So.
Yeah, I'm going to start looking for alternatives at the same time. Like I was on a speed run to get JL up and running with this, but he got very brave, shall we say, with regards to
we'll make it work today. Andrew, can you hear me?
I hear you, not seeing you yet.
Oh, dang it.
And yeah, by the way, okay, so can you hear me on your side?
Yes. Okay, so Andrew, can you hear me? Gretchen, can you hear me?
I can hear you, JL.
Andrew, can you hear? Hang on a sec. Andrew, can you hear Gretchen?
Yep. Gretchen, can you still hear me?
Yes, I still can. I hear everyone.
Okay,
okay.
So
hold up. Can everybody? Player Relative says, "Have I considered that I might be the problem?" Okay. Can everybody in the live chat hear Gretchen and Andrew?
Hi.
Hi. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Can everybody? Okay, so. Papa, can you hear me? Okay, I need ones in the chat. Okay, so yeah, so people say we hear Gretchen and Andrew and JL. Fantastic. So the live stream can hear everybody. And I can hear Gretchen and I can hear Andrew. And you two can hear each other, correct?
I can hear Gretchen. I'm still waiting to hear if Tony can hear either of us.
Tony's not attached into Tony's not. Okay, hang on a sec.
Either way, if he's in the back room of video,
he's got to be attached to something. I could hear him fucking typing. Like he's got to have some mic live.
Yeah.
Like he's typing again right now, right?
Hold on. Yeah.
I hear it.
Let me see if I can get his attention.
There has to be something live with Tony.
I just sent him a message. I sent him okay. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, I hear Tony just fine. Yeah.
Okay.
I heard all of that.
Okay, so y'all can hear each other.
Yeah.
So okay.
Yeah.
So the big change that I did is I made everybody in Ninja a part of the same scene.
Oh, I'm not cool enough for this scene. I see how it is.
Oh yeah, because I see the visible and not visible over here.
Right.
Now.
And now if I do, so I've got Tony there. If
That's
I do add to scene 1, Tony, go ahead and talk. And everybody can hear you in video in Ninja, right?
Yes. Now I hear Tony.
Yep. Tony,
Okay.
hold
All
on,
right.
hold on. I need that confirmation.
Fucking.
Fuck you to the moon, Tony. To the moon.
All right. So, okay. So Hosa Demon says,
This is
"Oh,
for
dude,
you.
that's Video Ninja 101. Was putting everybody in the same scene. The reason you guys couldn't hear each other was because you were all in separate scenes. Now that you're all added to scene one, now the audio's all connected and you guys can hear one another. Fucking hell."
No. No. I could tell. I could tell, Tony. Okay, I could tell.
Okay, so right now, the reason the live stream cannot hear Tony is because Tony is not added into OBS via another window. I've got Gretchen added into the typically I've got Gretchen added into Andrew's window, and I've got Andrew into the guest window, which I can switch. It's not a problem. It's not a problem to swap the two of them. But yes, Clive Wells, it was my fault all along. All right, but look, we
Hold on.
learned.
Yeah, JL, quick note. Your video feed into video is not back to OBS. Get your virtual camera back in there.
I can see myself on OBS, and I can see myself in the live stream. I'm good.
No. In video, we don't see you.
I don't think you've ever seen me. Oh, that's because I don't have that. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
I don't
You
think
turn
need
that off.
Disable video.
Yes,
source,
I do.
OBS virtual camera.
Because that's a more real time view because
it's the OBS virtual camera,
displayed.
Right?
Yeah. Hey, look, we're back. Okay, hold on. Are we all still good?
Yeah, everyone's still good. Okay, I simply don't have Tony added into the stream just yet. Okay, so that was
Add object.
That was an hour of figuring it out, and it was Agatha all along. Is apparently what it was. So, really quick, I can do this. Hang on a sec. 2 seconds. I can do you right. Where are you at? Right there. And I can do. And why the hell not? There we go. The squares don't look even, but really quick test. Can you all hear one another? Test. Let me give me some tests.
Hi, Tony. Hi, Andrew.
Yep.
Hi, JL.
Tony.
Yep. Testing. Still here.
I hear everybody.
Okay. There we have it. There we go. Figured it out. At least we tried.
And
okay,
it
we did that. And
only took 7 hours.
woo! I had some people in the chat were like saying that they could hear Andrew back there. Yeah. So I don't know who they were in the I think that was you guys that were talking.
Yeah, that was me in the text chat.
Yeah,
for
that was
Video
okay. So
Ninja.
yeah, that was it.
That was me saying.
Okay, just making sure we're good to go. Okay, so everybody's on the stream. That's fantastic. We hear, and everyone says we hear everyone. I didn't mute Tony. Tony's not muted. Tony's muted now, but Tony is not muted now. So Tony is clear. So Tony's good. I have the power. Oh, brutal. It's illegal to mute Tony. Why didn't the AI simply say, is everybody a part of the same scene? What?
That's too simple.
Fuck.
That's too easy.
Like I said, after literally doing this, restricted stream. What the shit? I'm not interested in that nonsense. You know, give me a big red banner warning on my live stream is like, this stream has been restricted because of harmful activity. I'm like, what? So, I'm not worrying about it. But apparently, like Andrew will agree with me. There's things that we need to sort out before we even try to get to TikTok and do that. But I have everybody here, and so what I'm going to do now, for the sake of this, is I'm going to, because I can do this automatically, and everybody's linked in, and I don't feel like screwing with links right here at the moment. Is I'm going to do this. Haha! I can just like live adjust people. This is a lot of fun. Although I need to make myself much smaller. There we go. Just so I can fit everybody together. We are gonna do this.
We're gonna have some scene construction to do.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we can do this. So these are all presets, so we can just like go to layouts. And
it's coming.
All right, to make sure that I'm doing this right. So for those in the live chat, highlight the tag if you. Oh, let's see. And where is Waldo? Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. As well, I saw Tekken Fan. Good to see you. Gurun, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here as well. And just making sure in the live chat that everybody can hear everyone. So Tony, give me a test. And Gretchen, give me a test.
Test. Hi, everybody. How you doing?
Andrew, give me a test.
Hi, testing over here. Coming up pretty stable.
Okay, and give me 2 seconds. Let me make sure that this is solid here. Bam. Sorry, I had this. Damn, this fucking thing is not user friendly. There he is. Tony, give me a test one more time.
Test.
There we go. Live stream, you got Tony? Hayden Walton says can't hear Tony. It's perfect. No, I needed to click that button in the back on your audio that lets me do OBS, the audio control in OBS. Okay, you should be good now. Fantastic. We're good. Now let me try this.
So that
damn it, where'd it go?
So that
you need to find the
section of the
So that
section of the internet that happens to be interested in the debate about theism and atheism has been all.
Okay.
I believe is the embiggen is the technical term, I believe.
Let me make sure that that I can hear this. Because this is the one I want to take a look at. Damn it, because with that delay, it's going to be a pain in the ass. Let me test this to make sure this is going to be okay. Okay. Can you all hear me still?
Yep.
Yes.
Excellent. And let me do this.
So that section of the internet that happens to be interested in the debate about theism.
Dang it. What is it?
So that section of the internet
sure not to have that
there we
restart.
Go. Can you guys hear the media playing?
Not yet.
No.
No, you can't hear the media playing.
Nothing.
Damn it, I think I know why that is.
Yeah, that's part of that loop back.
I'm not
thing,
going anywhere. I'm
yeah.
just gonna smoke, so I just turned my camera off.
Okay.
We're not on TikTok. We can get away with that for now.
And
I'm trying to train myself because on my stream I am integrating TikTok, so I don't want to fuck around with it.
Oh.
Yeah.
So if I do
that's why I'm gonna have my Insta blur hot.
So that section of the internet that happens to be interested in the debate about theism and atheism has been all lit up with the news of a young man named Joe.
No.
Okay, so nobody can hear it now. So that's not that.
This is where you need a whole bunch of those cables, which is what I've got going on in order to make sure that I can feed my audio back from my video sources. So like right now,
hang on a sec.
I am. Yeah, I'm pure. I'm pure right now, so I'm going pure through VLC. So just to confirm my source.
Media 3, which is what this one is.
Now I hear it.
Now
Toast
you're
is
hearing,
burning.
you're hearing mine.
Yeah.
Okay, Ninja's figured out.
Yeah.
Andrew's playing audio on his side, which you can hear, right?
Yeah, this is where you got to
Yes.
get your piping so that your media gets out a dedicated channel, which is everything but what you're taking in from VDO in order to pump it back out to VDO, which is why you need an extra cable for each one of these kind of
So that
platforms you want to
section
integrate.
of the internet.
Sure. Okay, so should be good to go there.
Looks like it's doing the same thing with the super chats.
And then if
Like
I
if Andrew
do,
has to bring them up to get them.
Currently, yeah, we're
Yeah.
inches from getting where we want to be for that. One day of proper beta testing, you know.
oh, wait, no, it's the mic aux. Media 3 monitoring is enabled. Why can't you hear the media that I am playing?
It doesn't like you.
I really am not. I mean, this should not be this difficult. It should be automatic.
Nothing is automatic with OBS.
No, this is actually where I was trying to mention before. I'm not sure if I did hear your intro at one particular point, but I'm not sure how or why that was.
Hang on a sec. Sure.
Yeah.
See.
Well, this is
media. Hang on a sec. No.
Have you fucked around with Streamlabs at all?
Not
isn't
Streamlabs.
that
I've done
basically a fork?
StreamYard.
Isn't
Yeah,
Streamlabs
I've-
basically a fork of OBS?
It's. I mean, they've definitely improved it. They put some babysitting controls and some. They put a user interface over it that makes it easier to use. It's
Internet that
like-
happens to be interested in the debate about
OBS is
theism
like
and
a huge-
atheism.
fucking nuclear reactor control panel, whereas Streamlabs gives you a tunnel into it. And it's also free now, so worth looking into. Just saying.
Yeah, I do have a suspicion where Tony's at right now because not Tony, sorry, JL rather. In that that's why I invested in those extra cables and a couple of specific plugins for OBS in order to control my audio monitor mix to be able to do all the blending based on everyone I need to
Oh,
feed out to.
Son of a bitch. Hang on a sec. You know what it is? Hang on a sec. I gotta go back to this. Okay, so I gotta do this. I gotta go back to this. So your guys' audio is connected via because OBS doesn't function like StreamYard does. And so your guys' audio is connected via the connection between the peer-to-peer connection between y'all is done via Ninja. And so you guys have to be connected there in order to hear one another, not connected into OBS to hear one another via simply OBS. Because you got the video,
Correct.
you got the Ninja connection, you got the OBS connection. I'm feeding all of your video and your audio in from Ninja, and you guys can hear each other because you're connected via Ninja as all being a part of the same scene. But if I disconnect you, you guys stop being able to hear each other here. So,
Right.
And
Yeah,
and,
what
but
is your mic feed into VDO?
what do you mean? My mic is
What do you
connected.
What device are you using
My
to
Shure.
feed video? No, that's why we can't hear it because your Shure does not have your playback. Shure is just your mic. That's why we can't hear media. You need a pipe from
What do you wait? No. It
OBS.
should go directly from the file itself.
No. What goes into what we hear in VDO is what's fed to VDO, and you're not feeding that source into VDO. If it's only your Shure, you're getting my full VLC, which is why I'm capable of feeding that. That's the extra part of the audio routing I wanted to get set up with you. in order to play media, because I have a dedicated extra cable out from there, from mine, which is why I'm able to combine my mic and 15 other sources, the same way I brought Discord in during our pre-call test.
Then let me do this.
Yeah, you need an extra cable to do that.
Hang on a sec.
And a plugin. Maybe two. I had them categorized for you.
Hang on.
So.
Okay, hang on a sec.
So that section of the internet that happens to be interested in the debate about theism.
Can you hear that?
Nope.
No.
Why can't you hear that? Because I'm doing a direct window capture from my...
It's not about the window capture. What does the little microphone in video say for you?
Oh, window capture. Oh, dang it. Monitoring was turned off. Hang on.
So that section of the internet that happens to be interested in the debate about theism.
Nope.
You guys can't hear that?
No.
No.
Again, just to confirm, in VDO, what does it think your microphone is?
Hang on a sec. In VDO, audio source. My audio source into VDO is my microphone.
That's no good then.
Then why isn't the audio from the media player playing directly into OBS?
Oh, it is going into OBS, but we're only hearing
from VDO.
Sure, we can't from VDO.
That's why. Okay, hang on a sec. Okay, that's what that's what you're talking about. Hang on a second. Okay, so
yeah,
you
like
guys
the stream,
can't
the
hear
stream,
that.
the stream will hear it. Don't get me wrong, the stream will hear it.
Okay, so everybody in the live stream who's here, everybody in the
They
live
should be able
stream,
to hear it.
let me
You've
know
got that right.
if you can hear this. When this is playing, let me know if you can hear it.
So that section of the internet that happens to be interested in the debate about theism and atheism has been all lit up with the news of a young man named Joe Schmidt.
Can the people in the can everybody in the live stream hear the video that I was just playing? Hear the video that's currently on the screen? Okay, and Leophilius here. Good. Leophilius can hear the video. Okay. So Leophilius can hear the vid that's playing. They can all hear it, but unfortunately the guests here cannot. But you guys can hear me. Because we're connected via Ninja. Okay, so the only way to do that is for you guys would have to hear it by listening to the physical stream itself.
Yeah, this is the one plug-in plus the extra cable I wanted to have you pick up. That's how I'm able to pipe mine the way that you see up here. That's what you need in order to be able to feed all of that, like everything.
All that media player
is what should be fed
OBS.
into us, into VDO. You need to be able to take everything that is not VDO and pipe that to VDO so that we could hear it.
Gotcha.
So the audio and video have to be on separate virtual cables, right?
Yeah, that's what I've got over here. So I've got three different mixes set up on mine. So like I've got a full mix going to video and going to Discord, where each person doesn't loop themselves back so that it doesn't create an echo. Yeah. So the only way we'd be able to hear, but then we're going to run into the time delay issue of trying to listen on YouTube because there's a delay in the stream.
Right, which is a pain in the ass. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's freaky.
Okay, so now I can
hold on. Yeah, is this a hold on. Well, at least I may be able to assist with this along the way. Would you be able to, is that a link you can give me? And I know that voice. That's freaking
Yes,
Catholic
yes. As a matter of
douche.
fact, I could. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, that's Dopey Orange.
You know who.
I
You know
that
who it
voice.
is.
It's Dopey Orange. I know the voice.
But okay, so we may have to blow you up, or unless you can make this full screen.
Yep,
on
I'll
your
go
end.
full. I'll go full screen. So yeah, give me some content, and I can see if I can throw it up for you. That sounded so much better when I first said it.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. Let me jump back to that so I can make sure what I'm looking at.
I feel that.
Yay! Text stream. Yay!
Hold on.
And
Incognito window opened for conspicuous reasons. He's not getting my view. God damn it.
there you go.
Yep. Opening it up. Give me a second.
Let me close that. And
oh.
Andrew's going to go full screen on this so that we can hear it. And
Yeah.
I'm assuming Andrew can just say, we can just say pause if we want to pause it. You got the link?
Yeah, give me a second. I'm just seeing how things work. I don't know what this button does.
All right. So Andrew's going to go full screen on this, and we'll be able to hear it. Oh, dude, you got ads on? Killing me.
Hold on. I got an audio source issue there. I'm going to do this another way. Yep. Give me just 2 seconds to fix that up.
So, Gretchen, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you doing, Joe?
I'm good. Trying to figure this out, I assume. There's something I was going to ask you. Oh, now I can hear. That was weird.
Yeah, that was weird. Just for a second, I heard
So,
it. I heard the echo too.
I was kind of curious. Oh, what the hell was that? It was son of a bitch.
Hold on. I think the echo's me. Give me a second.
I'll remember it here in a second.
Must have been devastatingly important.
I know, right?
Yeah. So.
Dirt has the feud between Travis and Dave and Steven. Has that kind of calmed down, or should we expect more coming out of that?
I think Travis has gone full fucking drama tuber, man, and I think he's gonna keep going.
Damn.
I suspect he's having money issues, because why else would he fucking do this? You know?
Okay, I think I'm hot here.
He's
Hold on.
posting videos with thumbnails with a picture of Professor Dave and just fucking CSAM all over the place.
What?
Like, what? Yeah, that happened. And then he even went after fucking Milo Rossi because Milo put a comment underneath Dave's video. So he did a whole fucking 20-minute video on how Milo Rossi's an anti-Semite now too. Because all he did was say that Destiny's a shit person. That's it. And like, and Travis is like live streaming this shit for the world, and I don't know. I think it makes him look so fucking cringe, and it's sad because I've been part of Pengburn for years.
That is wild.
Like,
Alrighty, we ready to give this a test?
I'm mostly keeping my powder dry in all this because I want to talk to Travis myself at the New York event with Justin Blitz and Ian. I'm
Okay.
I have to say, Professor Dave made a very good showing. I think I'm somewhat skeptical about his claim of deconstructing the nation state of Israel and replacing it with some other political entity. that is not inherently racist, I don't see how practically that can be achieved. But he certainly, I don't think that he's anti-Semitic.
Oh, not at all. Definitely anti-Zionist.
No, not at all.
He's anti-Zionist, same as I am.
Yeah.
I'm anti-Zionist, and I actually had to make that comment a few times on my channel. It's like when I mentioned the genocide in Gaza, and people were like, blah 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 blah. It's like, dude, anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Don't conflate the two. So I think we're good,
Right, it's
Andrew.
Yeah, hold on. I need to confirm audio. Everyone can still hear me?
Yes,
I'm
I can
gonna
hear
hit
you.
play. Let me know if it's
can.
about to come through.
That happens to be interested in the debate about theism and atheism has been all lit up with the news of a young man named Joe Schmidt, who just announced that he's
Audio check.
Oh my God, Joe
Yeah.
Schmidt.
Okay, so everyone can
Fucking
hear
Joe.
that. Everyone can hear that.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay,
I'm
so
go-
for the
I'm
live,
going
so for the live chat. Now that we got this, can you go bigger on that screen at all, Andrew?
Yeah, I can. Give me a second over here.
Okay. While he's doing
so-
that, so for the live chat, for everyone in the live chat, let me just switch this over to the live chat so I can make sure, not top chat. Okay, so for everyone in the live chat who is here, if you were here for the last stream, we watched the video of Joe Schmidt talking about his conversion to Catholicism, from his self-described position of agnosticism to Catholicism, to I would say like extreme Catholicism in that respect. So Joe Schmidt went through his entire history. He started out, he was born and raised in the faith. He was a Catholic, and then he kind of fell out and became an atheist, what he described as an atheist, and then he became an agnostic. And then all of a sudden, within the spans of a month, the span of like 4 to 6 weeks, he went from being one of the most outspoken agnostics on YouTube and extremely well-credentialed, very hard worker, knows how to do research. And then within the span of like 4 to 6 weeks, suddenly he became a Catholic again. Obviously, this has been something that this has gotten people talking. My curiosity and the reason I wanted to watch I watched the original video and brought it up on my live stream is because I wanted to examine why it is exactly that what Joe was citing is that kind of led to his conversion or his reconversion back to Catholicism. I wanted to kind of dive in and hear what he had to say. Tony was here for that. We discussed that obviously there's something going on as far as his critical reasoning goes, or like how he's evaluating these claims, like especially miracle claims. Apparently miracle claims played a huge role in his conversion. And we went through it piece by piece and found it to be deeply problematic to a degree. And I'm kind of quoting Tony here, to a degree that some may consider disturbing. And this was like, it's weird that someone would have such a radical shift in not only their central ideology, but also their epistemology, and kind of abandoning all the standard tools that one uses when doing evaluations of claims and doing their research. All that went out of the window in favor of this. So my conclusion about Joe was that there was background information that we didn't have, that we were somehow missing information involved in this process. I also suspected that, or I also brought up the question is like, why is it that we non-believers who are kind of evaluating this, why are we the ones who are being most vocal? Like, well, let's examine why he shifted. You'd think that the skeptical ones, that there would be at least an equal amount of skepticism on the religious side as well, on the side of actual believers. And I was wondering, like, where was all that talk? Because all of a sudden, Trent Horn was lauding him, and inspiring philosophy was in everybody. That all these Catholics were like, "Oh, yay, he converted back to Catholicism. We win. It's all amazing." And blah blah blah. Let's hear his story. And he was booking all these gigs, and his subscriber count shot up, and he's making more money as a result of it. But nobody was being as skeptical as we were. No one was trying to analyze why. And I was wondering why that was. Until this video popped up from everybody's favorite Catholic, Brian Holdsworth, who dropped this video specifically titled "Calling Out Joe Schmidt's Conversion," which really surprised me. I was kind of like, oh, of all the people, then like what people regard Brian Holdsworth as being very, very nice and very, very charitable. And that's what when I saw that, I was like, I have to take a look at this. I have not watched this vid. It's not that terribly long. I think it's only like 9 minutes. And I want us to take a look at it to hear what Brian Holdsworth, who I I guarantee you, is as staunch a Catholic as can be, why this guy is calling out Joe Schmidt. And I kind of want to hear his reasonings as to why. Because this is the level of skepticism that I expected. So go ahead with it, Andrew.
About theism and atheism has been all lit up with the news of a young man named Joe Schmidt, who just announced that he's converted or maybe reverted back to the Catholic faith after years of fairly rigorous atheism and agnosticism.
You may want to turn that back up.
I'll admit, I wasn't familiar with him prior to the announcement, which it's not a dig at him or anything. It's just because I'm not nearly as plugged in to the scene online as I probably should be given at least my professional interests. But I was quickly overwhelmed with how many people were drawing attention to this news, and also how many people were denouncing it as either fake or a consequence of intellectual or psychological weakness on Joe's part. Now, I'll say that not every, let's say, antagonistic response to the video was little more than a cheap shot, but I did see enough of that I thought it would be worth discussing the backlash. The overarching theme seemed to be that Joe's reasons didn't appear to be intellectually honest, and therefore he must be doing this out of emotional weakness or just a fake conversion. Now, I want to go through and address a couple specific claims to this effect, but the first thing I found myself asking while listening to these responses was, why do you care so much? Like, this gets leveled at Christianity all the time. Why do
we care?
I can only give my take on why people would care about this. Because here on YouTube, even though whether you have a small channel or you have a large channel, but when you develop a following and you're conveying it for the only way I can view this is that because we understand as content creators that there is a bit of a parasocial relationship that is going on between us and our audiences, that my view is that I do my best to convey the information that I have and the research that I do to convey that as succinctly and as well as I can, and to the best of my ability, and to ensure that I am providing the best information. When you have someone with a channel the size of Joe's got more subscribers than I do. He hasn't reached 100,000 yet, but we recognize those relationships, and we see an audience who has learned or has come to accept what Joe is saying. If a person is out there conveying information, whether it be regarding a particular religion or it be regarding a particular position or whatever, then I can understand why Catholics would find it problematic or why they would care. Because if Joe is doing this radical switch and all of a sudden he's become a Catholic, that could potentially bring bring a level of scrutiny to the honesty or the intellectual honesty of Catholics in general. It's a person who's coming over who could be fake. And if that person is fake and they start spewing stuff and they have a large following, then that can affect other people's relationships. And kind of like a destabilizing force. As an atheist, I would say that we would want to see if he's being intellectually honest and he is telling people, if he's being honest with his audience, or if he's glossing over the mistakes he's making in his reasoning. That's why we care, is because we know that he has an audience. His audience is connected with him, and he is conveying information to them and claiming that it is true. And so if we care about truth, then we should be willing to at least listen to what he's saying. And if he is misrepresenting himself, or misrepresenting his reasoning, or if he's making mistakes that he is not recognizing himself, or if he is misrepresenting the faith on behalf of Catholics, or if he's misrepresenting non-belief on behalf of atheists and agnostics and igtheists and all those individuals, he needs to be corrected, because this all comes down to truth. It comes down to trying to convey truth to our audiences. And if he's not doing it, then the Catholics or their reputations have as much to lose from him being dishonest in his representation as non-believers would in his dishonest representation of us. And that's kind of my takeaway. What do you guys say? I rambled on too long. What do you guys think? Why?
So my argument is, let's take his claim at face value. Joe Schmidt claims that he has uncovered evidence demonstrating that God exists and that adherence to Catholicism is entirely intellectually rational and supported by evidence. That's an important claim to assess. We should care whether or not that the fact that we care about that claim seems almost trivial. Somebody makes that claim, we're going to treat it as though it's an important thing for somebody to make. It's an important claim. It's an important statement. We're going to assess the validity of the reasoning by which he reached that conclusion.
What do you think, Gretchen? Why do we care?
I mean, I think the number reason why we care is, I mean, he's got a pretty successful YouTube channel. I mean, where's he made? He's monetized. He's not only been taking our, our likes and views and clicks, people have given him money based on all this. And I'm sorry, but that matters. That means something. Now all of a sudden he's just going to just flip the script and, maybe he was never really an agnostic. Maybe he was just a lapsed Catholic for a few years and he didn't realize it, okay. His reasoning does not stand up to fucking scrutiny at all. Like, he's a PhD philosophy candidate.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden he can't, he reads the Saint Maria story and says, oh, I want more, it hit him emotionally. And then he says, I want more of this in my life. And all of a sudden, a month later, he's a fucking theist again. It's just weird.
It is weird, but I think aside from just how weird it is and how abrupt it is, because his emotional affect was all over the place. But the fact that he's making the claim but the fact that he's making the claim at all is something worth investigating and worth assessing whether or not it's valid, whether or not it's well argued, whether or not his claim is true. That matters. I don't know.
I don't actually think it matters whether his claim is true.
And yes, Leophilius,
I mean,
that is Gretchen from the chat.
Yep, it is.
He could have just had, a personal experience. And if that's the case, you know what? Cool. There's no way you can assess any truth to that claim. And if that was the case, then who would care? Right? But he's giving he's saying that there's, new and interesting evidence with the Eucharistic miracles. No, there isn't. There's no new and interesting evidence at all.
Yeah, that's why. It's how sudden.
Yeah, as far as the money thing, there's a couple other places in his video where, like, at the end, he literally just says straight, send me thousands of dollars to my Patreon, please. And then that weird shot where he's been doing videos for how long? He knows how to share a screen. He could have put that document up, his plans for my future plans for my channel. He could have just put it on the screen. He didn't. He took his camera and turned it around so he could show everybody this weird tableau he set up on his carpet with the rosary in the corner and a book on spirituality. It's like, it was weird. And then he followed that up with send me thousands of dollars to my Patreon and I'm going to become a saint. God's calling me. I'm going to pursue being a saint. Like, what? There's something's not clicking in there.
That was my
trying
thought.
To find truth claims in any of this is fucking wild, dude.
And I mean, and given the information by his own admission that he did not come out to his parents as a non-believer, that they didn't know, and so he's doing all this work under their like under their noses, and with them by his statement, by them being none the wiser, is also interesting. I mean, I mean, like I said, my conclusion was that there's background information that we don't possess here. So, but nonetheless, I think it comes down to because it's important to us because truth and money are involved. So that's our take. What is Brian's take? Go for it, Andrew.
Yeah, this is where the framing of all of our answers doesn't actually match what he said, because see, you're not responding to what Brian said. You're responding to the content of what's there, but not the fact of what Brian said. See, the message is why Brian asked, "Why are you touching my golden boy? We're looking like winners." That's what he's doing. Why are you questioning this? Why can't you just quietly let us look like we're winning? You know, the same way they say that there's been this resurgence in the youth amongst belief, which is utter bullshit and manufactured. It's like if they repeat it often enough, they think it's gonna become reality, at least in people's minds. Brian's asking that.
Wait.
Maliciously.
So you're saying that the video,
Brian,
I was like, the video is
Brian is asking it maliciously.
okay. So is Brian calling out Joe, or is Brian targeting the
No,
people?
He's
who
calling us
for calling out Joe?
Us.
He's calling.
Yeah,
I
Did you
haven't
see
gotten
the
that. I
mind
haven't
chip?
gotten that from the video yet.
Yes,
Did
that's
you see the
exactly
mind
the
chip
last words
video?
out of this guy's mouth. It's what came out of this
Well,
guy's
hit
mouth
play.
was,
Let me-
"Why are you asking anyway?"
Well, then back it up a little
Did you
bit. Maybe
guys-
I misheard.
Did you guys see Mind
Yeah.
Chip's video on this?
Yes, we did. I
Like
saw. Yeah,
Mind
you
Chip,
covered it.
like damn near chided atheists for being upset that
I
he,
didn't.
You know,
I like Brandon. I'm not as
I do too.
I'm not as compassionate as Brandon, but that's just me. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Hit play.
Yeah, we're listening to the last 10 seconds again.
Now, I want to go through and address a couple specific claims to this effect, but the first thing I found myself asking while listening to these responses was, why do you care so much? Like,
Listening to the responses of people, listening to people responding to Joe. Okay,
I know.
So I
he
think
doesn't-
Brian.
he
I think
doesn't want-
Brian.
He doesn't
duped
want. He doesn't want our answer.
Brian
He's
duped
like,
me.
Why can't you just be quiet and leave us our win? Don't give me this BS. You ain't gonna pull this on me for 1 second.
All right.
Not even one.
Well, I brought Brian up here to listen to what he has to say. Go ahead. Okay, so instead of hearing someone be intellectually honest and meeting Joe's claim with at least a degree of intellectually honest skepticism, let's hear Brian whinge about people challenging Joe. I guess we'll hear that. Go ahead. Go ahead and hit play.
I know what I'm dealing with.
this gets leveled at Christianity all the time. Why do you care if someone wants to be another gender? Why do you care if two people of the same sex want to get married and live monogamously
Transphobia
together?
coded.
It doesn't affect you. So why
'cause
do you get
that's the
so
same
upset about
thing.
it? Well, unlike those things, which actually do affect our culture and society quite a bit, since marriage is a public institution, and whether or not someone is actually a man or a woman has significant impact on how we organize and reproduce ourselves as a society.
Pause.
Someone converting to a particular religion.
This is just for you, Brian. You're a transphobic bigot piece of shit. No. None of that plays away like that. The only thing it would possibly concern you is that if you were hot, if you looked at a girl and you were like, oh, if you looked at a woman and said that woman is hot, and then you found out she was trans, you would find that icky. That's on you. That's not on society. And it doesn't dictate how people. Sure, I mean, it adds another layer to the complexity of human coupling. It can. Some people don't care, like me. I don't give a shit, and some people do care. Okay, but you bitching and whinging about this, saying that's a problem for society. No, that's a problem for you that you're projecting onto society. It's not. Okay. And plus, trans people know.
Also, there's no requirement that the religious and social institutions of marriage bear any relationship to one another. Marriage is a legal status, and you can say, gay people can't get married under the church. Fine. That's a sacrament. You control who distributes it, but you've got no say over the legal institution of marriage, or the people who enjoy the rights and benefits thereof. So you can fuck right off with that. Furthermore, you're ignoring the basic claim. This guy is claiming on the basis of rational analysis that he has come to the conclusion that Catholicism is correct, that God exists and Catholicism is correct. This is a claim worth investigating. To say that we should be indifferent to this person's claim just seems utter nonsense. It's here's somebody whose analytical abilities we used to esteem, saying that he's found evidence that God is real.
Right.
Okay, let's look at that, and let's look at that in detail. And if if as it seems to be, his emotional affect is off kilter, his evidentiary standards have changed and become bewilderingly slack, then we're right to comment on it. We have every right in the world to comment on this and to be concerned about the mental health of somebody who seems to be undergoing some sort of breakdown, as far as I can tell.
Agreed. All right, fire it up.
Actually doesn't affect you at all. So why get so stirred up? Why seethe and sneer online about it, personally attacking him or attributing false or weak motives to him? You might say, well, he's influential and he's leading people astray by his bad reasoning or his bad example. But if I were an atheist, like a famous philosopher like A.J. Ayer, then I'd have no business definitively saying someone did something wrong and it ought to be corrected. Ayer famously argued that saying someone acted wrongly in something like stealing money says nothing beyond the fact that he stole, because right and wrong merely convey the speaker's own feelings about it. In other words, all we have are the facts that do in fact occur. There's no point in talking about what ought to happen and to try to impose that standard on the rest of the world.
That seems like absolute bullshit.
But did he just concede to moral anti-realism? That the wrongness of a thing, that determining the wrongness of a thing, that valuation is subjective to the individual?
He did seem to do that, but it's not. We're not making a moral judgment here. I don't understand how a moral judgment is even relevant.
Yeah. I mean, as far as like whether or not as far as whether or not he's doing something wrong. Now, we haven't accused him of doing anything wrong at this point. That's why, in order to make a valuation, we have to investigate the claim. We are doing the investigation, is what's going on. And I concluded my investigation that there's background information we're missing, so I can't make a judgment as to whether or not he's being deliberately dishonest, or he's just making a mistake, or he's being, or whatever. I can't conclude that because I don't have enough data points.
Yeah, he's judging us.
Right. And so, but the thing that gets me is I've covered Brian before on my channel. Brian is a moral realist. Like, straight up, Brian is a moral realist. But he just conceded that the wrongness or rightness of what Joe is doing is being determined by the individual, by them appealing to their stances, which means he just appealed to moral anti-realism to justify people not having the justification, or to justify the claim that people don't have the justification to go after Joe like he's doing anything right or wrong.
There's an extra layer here. There's a big layer of equivocation. This is what he's doing, because he's mixing up the idea of right and wrong in terms of a moral claim, as opposed to the honesty, the veracity of his conversion. Okay, it's a juxtaposition of those two. So this is where he's using the language of one side to mask the other. This is still on the undergirding of, why are you questioning him at all?
Well, okay, I get
and
that.
He's playing both sides, and it's an equivocation across the board.
I get that. I get that. If he had said that it was just non-believers doing that, he hasn't categorized the people that he's addressing strictly. That he hasn't said, I'm strictly addressing non-believers that are attacking Joe. He didn't make that.
No, he is. No,
he hasn't strictly said that, but he has strongly implied it by saying that we're sneering and criticizing. Which is not something that the religious are going to be doing. So he is, in context, he is very much aimed at us, or people like us. But again, the I've never said that he's not sincere. Other people have suggested it. And I don't particularly care whether or not he's sincere. I don't think he's trying to deceive anybody. What I want to know is his reasoning correct?
Right.
Is his evidence, does his evidence substantiate his conclusion? Right? If he comes on to evidence that convinces him, there's a chance that it will convince other people. But what we saw instead was somebody who'd thrown evidentiary standards out the window when it came to his preferred belief system. So it really seems very, it's worth considering the claim on its face because it's a claim about a very important topic. And then when you examine it, you see somebody who's undergoing some sort of seems to be undergoing some sort of emotional journey. Okay, that's fine. Pointing that out isn't sneering or accusing him of any malfeasance. I'm not saying that Joe Schmidt is lying. If he is pulling a scam, fine, that's immoral. I have no evidence to suggest that. He doesn't see a scam artist would know better than to have the emotional affect that Joe was displaying in the video that I watched. You don't see con men behaving that way, I don't think. I just think that this guy's missing the point entirely.
No, that's far too charitable. He is
I've seen Brian
reframing this explicitly to try to shut down critique of Joe. And the previous statements, the previous ones literally labeled us the target. Why do you care? We know who he's talking to. We have the subject matter. He's just continuing on, and here's why you shouldn't. And he's trying to trap you in your own moral sense by once again even equivocating between whether his conversion is itself sincere. Is that right? That it's that it is what it is? And he tried to make a moral claim out of it. So this is all against us. It's not addressing Joe at all. Joe is the thing of like, you're going after him? No. Brian's going after critique. Period. And it's not on standards. It is not there at all.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
like I said, there's a video I want to share after this, and it'll put this in perfect context. If we make it, we are now 2 minutes and 40 seconds into 14 minutes. This is going to be painful. I'm going to let this run for a minute. I got to start another coffee.
Okay.
Feelings about it. In other words, all we have are the facts that do in fact occur. There's no point in talking about what ought to happen and to try to impose that standard on the rest of the world, because that standard is nothing more than your own personal feelings on the matter. And why should your feelings be given any more weight than anyone else's personal feelings? And Ayer wasn't alone in that. Nietzsche and Bertrand Russell basically argued the same thing, saying there's no such thing as moral facts. The events are real, but your perception about whether the events should have occurred or not has no bearing on reality, which means Joe's feelings are just as valid as your feelings. So again, why do you care enough to try to correct the affair, to go through all the trouble of denouncing his decision online? If I were an atheist, or especially an agnostic, I'd have absolutely no grounds to try to impose my feelings or desires about the world on anyone else, or to try to persuade other people.
Yeah, I do have to pause that for a second. I didn't actually manage to get off my chair yet. Now he's really in the mud. Yeah, he went hard on the morality side, but as to whether or not the veracity of his conversion, we're in full equivocation. Full. Do you see? Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Yeah, it's just seeing how far he's willing to take it.
All the damn way.
Yeah.
This is Brian. He's a derp.
Mhm.
I've seen him be
Yeah,
like,
I wonder how many more times he's gonna do if I were an atheist.
I've seen him be
Like-
ridiculously dishonest in the past in the stuff that I've covered. So
Yeah. That, like I said, where Joe's conversion issue. He's challenging veracity, mixing that with morality. Now, whether or not the morality is part of the fakeness of it, but that's not the part he's challenging, which is why it's invalid. Let's let her go.
To adopt them as if my feelings were somehow more valid than someone else's. You might as well insist everyone should prefer chocolate to vanilla because you do, which is insane. But what we saw this week was a lot of atheists and even agnostics who clearly do care and think it's wrong and worthy of criticism, which is largely what I personally experienced when I converted to the Catholic Church. I had a lot of friends and family attempt to convince me of otherwise, to try to talk me out of it. And when that failed, they moved on to more punitive measures, like excluding me
There
from
it
their
is.
social circles and events, which is crazy because just about any other personal decision, like choosing a major at school or choosing a career path or choosing a pet, would never have drawn that kind of consequence from people who had been my friends from the time we could barely walk. Or even if I had chosen a different religion, like if I had decided to become a Muslim or a Sikh or a Buddhist, they probably wouldn't have cared at all. In fact, and I'm being serious about this. If I had started studying Buddhism at like a local temple, they probably would have thought it was super cool. Like I was training to become something like Neo from the Matrix. But Catholic Christianity, no. Sorry,
What
that
dishonest piece of shit, man.
Yeah, we've gone full
That's-
victim complex. It's like
Yeah.
you're
Oh,
only
he's
questioning-
completely
you're only
stepped
questioning
into
because
Joe's
it's
shoes.
Christianity. He
No,
is
he just said it
such
right
a
there.
worm.
He is doing this from his POV. He's not even talking about fucking Joe Schmidt anymore. He said, like, when I converted to the, and it's all about him now. It's complete. That's it. That he went mask off right there, and now he's just talking about himself.
Yeah,
So.
it's a tool, using someone else as a tool.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's that? I am Jack's sense of complete disdain. Yeah.
I'm Jack's utter lack of surprise.
Yes.
I am Jack's raging bile duct.
When I explode, I kill Jack. Yes. I'm waiting to become I am Jack smirking revenge. That's me in the dark alley. I gotta find this guy sometime.
I am Jack's colon. I get cancer. I kill Jack.
One of my top 2 favorite movies ever. Okay, let's
Self-improvement
Let
is
the worm-
masturbation, but self-destruction.
I just wanted to destroy something beautiful.
Where'd you go, psycho
Yeah.
boy? And the fact that he's having that conversation with himself. Just,
Like I said, it's top 2 ever.
you know.
Ever. Alrighty. Let's roll her.
that's a bridge too far. At the end of the day, Christianity is the most hated, and I would add unfairly hated, religion in the world. It's the reason why Christians are the most
being
politically
depressed.
persecuted minority in the
Fuck
entire
you,
world.
Brian.
Which, by the way, the last time I said that, people were like, the largest religion in the world isn't a minority. Well, actually, yes, unless your group is composed of the majority of people in the world, which isn't the same as the largest religion, then yes, you're a minority. And secondly, it's a well-documented statistical fact that Christians are the most persecuted in the world. And the fact that so many people insist on
Oh,
denying
fuck
it
off.
just goes to show how sympathetic they are towards
Pause
that
it real
hatred.
quick, Andrew. I just gotta point this out. Brian, in case you didn't know, there is a reason why Christians are persecuted today. All right? This isn't ancient Rome. Nero does not exist. currently anymore. Nero's not alive. Nero persecuted Christians because Christians refused to acknowledge him as the true living God, as the true God. That I understand. Okay, that was one guy jumping up and saying, "You're like, if you don't acknowledge me as the true God, screw your God, then I'm going to kill you all." Nero was a psychopath, and that's why Nero persecuted Christians. All right, the persecution of Christians beyond that, okay, was as a result of Christians' own behavior. You are not persecuted because you believe shit. Okay? Because you notice how the other religions and think about it like this. Go back and do your history, Brian. During ancient Rome, Christianity wasn't the only group running around making claims about shit. They were not the only mystery cult that existed at the time. Many mystery cults existed at the time. But why weren't any of them so heavily persecuted as Christianity was? You'll probably say that that Christians were heavily persecuted because they were telling the truth. No. If you simply go to the letters written from Pliny the Younger to Emperor Trajan, the reason that you guys were persecuted the way you were was because of your behavior in society. Because of the way that you behave, because of the way you treat other people, and because of your inability to be social amongst people who believe things differently than you do. Your antisocial behavior, your disruption of the marketplace was the reason that people had a problem with you, not because of specifically what you believed. If you go to the history, you go to the philosophers, nobody actually cared what you believed in. They didn't care you believed in a Jesus character. They didn't care you believed in one single God. They didn't care you had all these rituals and shit. Nobody really gave a shit. They only cared because you were assholes when you did it. Because you threw it in people's faces, because you deliberately targeted the vulnerable and the desperate, because you refused to engage wise people. You refused to put your own claims on the chopping block like other groups did. You refused to adjust to the times. You refused to adjust to society. You refused to be compassionate to people who believe different things from you. You staunchly you embraced the idea of dying for those beliefs, which let everybody know that you were in a death cult. And was very off-putting to people because people don't want to be associated with individuals who would be so ready to throw their life away for something that they can't show to be actually true. That's off-putting. You and your ilk are assholes, and that's why you are vilified. Because you can't seem to get along. Why do you think people antagonize specific individuals? And not we don't target, we don't call out certain, why do you think we target the whole, but we don't target certain individuals? There's a reason why you get called out, Brian, but James Tallarico does not. Okay? I can identify several believers, okay, who I would love to know and have a personal chat together and I could be friends with, like James Tallarico, Dr. Francis S. Collins. There's a number of individuals who are Christians, devout believers, who are not fucking assholes. And I would love to be around them, and they're cool people, and I can learn from them, and they're compassionate individuals. And you guys aren't. That's why you're persecuted, because I'm just going to lay it all out, because you bring it on yourselves. That's why. Because being persecuted is what you expect. And so you act in a way that gets you persecuted. And that confirms your belief. It reinforces what you believe and reinforces in your mind that it is somehow true because you are being persecuted, because you don't realize that it's because of how you're acting. When a Christian traps everybody on a fucking airplane and starts preaching at them to a captive audience that can't leave because they're on a fucking airplane, and that person gets escorted out by security because they have disrupted the airplane, because they've disrupted what's going on, that person claims persecution. No. That evangelical who did that was a fucking asshole. Okay? That's why. Because you don't know how to conduct yourselves in society. You don't know how to conduct yourselves around other people. You've got to be the one with the spotlight on you. You've got to be the one who's identified as the one telling the truth. You've got to be the one who is bringing the truth to the masses. No one, as the skeptic so often says, no one cares. Believe what you're convinced of. Don't evaluate your claims. Don't evaluate your epistemology. Don't evaluate your worldview. Do that on your own time. Don't make your beliefs other people's problems. And I'm sick and tired of seeing that happen. You guys claiming, oh, we're being persecuted. What? Oh, goodness me, woe is me. Fuck off and don't act like a dick. I don't run around as staunch as a damn near anti-theist as I am. I don't run around in public yelling at people who are wearing crosses around their necks that they're yelling in their face that their God doesn't exist. I don't trap people on airplanes to preach naturalism. Okay? I don't do these things because I'm not an asshole. At least
even more than that, when street preachers come up and try and foist their religious propaganda on us, I don't stand there for a time and tell them just how damaging and ill-considered I consider their belief system and their religion to be. But do feel free to tell us how victimized you are. Given that your religion has spent the past 2,000 years persecuting its rivals to extinction, and now you're turning around and saying, well, people don't let us proselytize in the way that we as aggressively as we used to. People get upset when we try and turn the institutions of government to our favor the way we used to. It's, live with it. You are not actually entitled to have the government propagate your religious ideals or your social agenda. That's not what the law is for. It's not what legislation is about. It's not what government is about. Government is not about propping up your relationship with your sky daddy. Anyway, I'm going to go make myself lunch. I'll be back. But, I'm cranky now. All right.
You should make those street preachers pay for that shit, though, Tony.
I'm telling you, it pissed me off to no end when that evangelical chick was on that damn airplane and was preaching to everybody there, and you could see the looks on the other passenger's face, like I'm embarrassed to be existing in the same space. And then as she's being escorted off, she's claiming, you're violating my First Amendment. Okay? And whether or not she knows, I have no idea whether, I think her name is Whitney, whether or not she knows it, your first, to you, Brian, your First Amendment protections concern the government passing laws that limit your speech. That's the government, to protect your speech from being limited by the government. Okay? It's predominantly in the public square, because the government can't tell you what you can say, what you can and cannot say in your own home. But in the public square, you have the right to voice, as long as it's not incendiary or you're trying to start a riot or some shit. You have free speech protections from the government. But when you are on private property, okay, you don't enjoy those protections, because the owners of that property can dictate the behavior, the acceptable behavior, when people are on that property. When you go into a McDonald's and you start running your mouth like that, the manager can ask you to leave because you are disrupting the other customers. You are disrupting the flow of commerce. You are making their jobs more difficult. They have to suddenly pay attention to you because you're being loud and whatever, instead of paying attention to the customers. You affect the business, and the business can have you removed because you don't enjoy those rights on private property. Whitney didn't enjoy those rights on a fucking plane, because that's not her plane. If she was the CEO, or if it was a private airline company and she owned the plane, she could go on there and do whatever the hell she wants because she's the one that sets the rules. But then no one's going to fly with her. So it's an abuse of other people's businesses for you to entrap people and do that. Keep in mind, I've said what I've said. I've ranted on enough about it. Don't be an asshole, Brian. That's why you get persecuted. You bring it on yourself. Probably because you want it. So.
Yeah, if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. No fucking Christian can walk past a vacant cross without nailing themselves to it. They just
Fucking hell.
fucking can't do it.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I had my rant, Andrew. I'm just the whole like what like
I got my coffee. We've obtained balance.
the fucking woe is me bullshit. I have dude, Brian. If you like, if you stand him so much, just ask him out. Seriously, Joe is not your pet to
Nah.
protect,
Right.
man. Is not.
It's all part of the ploy. It's an emotional manipulation. He's trying to guilt the people into silence. I've seen this in so many other movements, by the way,
I can't believe I
where
got
they attempt to
tricked.
weaponize any kind of dissent and then shame you for it by allusions to other unacceptable behaviors. I'll give you a specific example of there's this
I'm still
group.
here, just smoking again.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So there's this group that's known as the fat acceptance movement. Okay, which is a kind of, they consider themselves at least at some point an offshoot of the body positivity movement. There's a book out there called Fearing the Black Body, which tried to describe how during late, I think it was mid 19th century, there was a certain contingent of people who drew comparison between fatness and blackness, trying to compare, black people as being lazy and use that as a justification for racism and the fact of saying anytime you're looking at somebody as being fat, you're actually being racist. Now, in as much as there could be a few people out there who are complete wackadoodles who might actually draw that idea at any point in time period, doesn't mean that it holds culturally now. But the fact that they're pointing to this having happened historically, they're trying to describe the entire concept of being against the state of obesity as merely being a racial thing. And the reason for bringing it up in that capacity is to silence. It's an attempt to shame, even though that shouldn't apply to you. He's playing the victim card the whole time. And he's trying to go, look what you're doing. You're bad. You're bad. You're bad for doing this. So first he softly asks, why do we even care? And then the shaming comes, the victim self-victimization, and then the attempt to shame. Meanwhile, I've got in my neck of the woods here, literally in my municipal area, not too far off, synagogues have been lit up by those who, of course, are objecting to certain political things happening in the planet. So anti-Semitism is real, separate from the actual ongoings in the Middle East. The fact that people are lighting up synagogues here is, yes, anti-Semitism. It's horrible. It's despicable shit.
Right.
But where are bombs being dropped, JL? Who has bombs dropped? Does the Vatican have bombs dropped on them?
No,
Hey, how about France? Anybody bombing France?
not currently.
Shut the fuck up, Brian. Shut the fuck up. Oh, we're the most persecuted. Seen any bombs lately? Yeah. Like I said,
from my understanding, it's like if you said the Christians in history is just not. If you look at the whole of human history, as far as like is like a recorded human history, arguably it's been the Israelites, but simply because of the things that went down with like with of course with the rise of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, the Byzantine Empire, and like all around those tribes within the Middle East, within the Levant, were historically fell prey to other groups and were taken advantage of by other groups, and a number of those. And of course, when they didn't follow suit, when they didn't fall in line, they were attacked by other nations that were trying to bring them in as vassal states, and generally abused throughout time. And it happens time and time again. But so I would say if you're going to say the most persecuted, I would put it on the Israelites, put it on the Jews. The problem is that after an examination of history, the culture itself, and I'm not talking about Jews as like the ethnicity, the culture of Judaism, going all the way back to their initial the split between Judah and the northern kingdom of Israel. But when they split, when the tribes were united, and then the tribes split, there was a civil war between them. They split into the northern kingdom of Israel and southern Judea. The problem is that every time, when you look at the history and the relationships they had with other countries, they would sign on as a vassal state with another country. And they would do it for that country, for that empire's for another empire, and they would do it for that empire's protection. Whether it was the Neo-Assyrians to protect Judea from the northern kingdom of Israel, or whether they were signing on with the Egyptians or signing on with the Byzantine Empire, it doesn't matter. Or signing on with Rome. It doesn't matter. They were constantly looking for someone to back them up because Judea simply did not have the infrastructure that other empires did. They didn't have the military that other empires did. And so in order to protect themselves from encroaching empires, just like with the Seleucid Empire, when the Seleucids were encroaching on Judea, Judea went to Rome and was like, hey, can you help us out? We'll become a vassal state and you can come and protect us from the Greeks, who were put from that Greek empire that's pushing south into us. And the Romans came and said, we'll help you out. We're good to go. Trade routes, democratic stuff, or trade routes, diplomatic stuff. We'll get it going until the time came to pay taxes. Okay? We gave you army. We gave you military defense. We established trade routes. We had the infrastructure we shared with you. And now the bill comes due. You think we're just paying for this shit out of the good of our heart? You're a vassal state. You get our protection, you pay for the resources, and Judea always seemed to have a problem when the bill came due. They wanted their cake, and they wanted to eat it too. And so you could say that they were arguably the most persecuted, but they brought a lot of that shit on themselves, culturally speaking. Because for some reason, Judaism wanted to have all the benefits of being a vassal state, but didn't want to pay for any of the benefits of being a vassal state, which constantly led to their leaders being assassinated, their leaders being overthrown, and then someone put up in their place time and time again. How do you think the diaspora kicked off? Why did the diaspora happen? Because for some reason, Judea could just simply not fall in line and uphold its end of the bargain when it became a vassal state to another empire. Why is that? I don't know. I'm not in the minds of like Hezekiah. Why did he have such a friggin' problem? Don't know. So
that's like self-determination before you've got the firepower to back it up.
Yeah.
So it's you want the protection at the same time as the ability to expand, and that cake, it's a big cake to try to eat.
And the whole point of it, if you think about it, the reason, if you take like King Hezekiah, one of the reasons why he was so against the Neo-Assyrians was because of their pagan beliefs. He wanted to throw out Neo-Assyrian beliefs. He wanted to get everybody out, like get all of Assyria out of the country. He wanted to make Judea great again, is what he wanted to do. But the Neo-Assyrians had protected them and kept them alive for quite some time, especially in the conflict with the northern kingdom of Israel before they fell apart. And so the Neo-Assyrians are like, no, that's not the way this works. You pay taxes, you support us, we back you militarily, and we have you in our trade routes so we can make sure that you have the resources that you need to survive. Okay? That's how the relationship works. King Hezekiah had a serious problem with that, tried to throw everything out. So it's not about, because he believed that territory was for them and them alone. That's Zionist mentality. This is why the Jews didn't really so much have a problem with the Hittite Empire. The Hittites and the Jews had trade relations. They had a problem when the Hittite Empire collapsed, and all of a sudden, little neo-Hittites like populations began to filter out away from Hattusa and began to settle other places like in Judea. And then all of a sudden, the Hittites are now enemies of the people, as it's stated in the Bible. Why? Because they tried to occupy land in Judea. They wanted that land for themselves because they believed that land was gifted to them or secured for them by their God. And that's that Zionist mentality. Okay? It's not about anti-Semitism. It's not anti-Semitism. It's anti-Zionism. So the Zionist mentality has gone through. And I see somebody in the Whereas Waldo points out, and then there's Zionists making anti-Semitism worse by equating their fascist genocidal colonialism with Judaism itself and thus validating anti-Semitic propaganda. Zionists can't get out of their own way. They're as bloodthirsty as anybody else. I have long stated multiple times that Israel, the state of Israel, has too long looked into the abyss and has become the monsters that they once fought against. And I mean, it's weird that looking back into quote Nietzsche regarding that, a German philosopher who pointed out the problem with constantly being in the scrap and then losing sight of who you are and becoming that which you once fought against. And yes, I'm calling them Yahtzees. That's what I'm doing. I'm calling Zionist Yahtzees because they have adopted the tactics of the Third Reich. That is what they have done. So I'm making that clarification. I'm making
That's
that
the mistake Dave made.
The mistake who made?
That's the mistake Professor Dave made.
Oh,
Now Destiny and Pangburn gonna come and get you.
Come get me. Come get me, Steven. Come get me, Travis. I'm right here.
It's gonna be a 6-hour live stream all about J.L. Warren.
Fucking A, those channels are bigger than mine. I'll take those subs.
Yeah.
All right, my rant is
you
over.
you underestimate our narcissism.
I've been doing this shit for 3 weeks.
I see your anti-Semitism.
No
I raise your
attention to me
narcissism.
whatsoever.
Musashi, good to see you in the chat. Musashi says, MJGA, make Judea great again.
Yeah, I've been going off on Travis for like 3-4 weeks now. It's like nobody cares.
Sir Equinox points out a lot of Jewish people were opposed to the formation of Israel. They foresaw what was coming down the road. Interesting. Yeah, I myself never really embroiled myself in understanding the history of what was going on in the Levant and all of the geopolitical players that were happening at the time, and understanding that there were so many empires that were in play before the Jews were even hit, before the Jewish tribes were even like recognized in history, and they were recognized by the Egyptians. The Egyptians were the first one to actually recorded the existence of the Jewish tribes. And so I can't remember the name of that stele that they created, but that's the first record of their existence. And so they were doing their own thing, okay, because they weren't like an empire. And so they didn't really, that sparse land was pretty much just like tribes that existed there, nomadic tribes that existed in the territory, and they weren't really a threat to anybody. The Egyptians had bigger fish to fry. The Neo-Assyrians had bigger fish to fry. The Mesopotamians, the Akkadian Empire had bigger fish to fry. So the Hittites and so on and so forth. But yeah.
And the whole Zionism thing, that was more like an Eastern European movement. Like, started like I think it was 1883 by Theodor Herzl. And, he was Hungarian and then ended up spending most of his time in Ukraine. And that's where that all came from. All the Zionist stuff started in the 1880s with the Eastern European Jews. So
yeah, Tony Eugene just
brought the Levant had little to do with it.
Yeah, Tony Eugene says the Zionist movement was founded by Eastern European Jews that immigrated into Palestine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Going after that, host of the Deep says, "Man, I suddenly want fish to fry." I had bigger fish to fry. They did. Ooh, fried fish. That sounds good. All right, let's see what else Brian has got for us. We get him talking. I know Tony's going to be back in a heartbeat.
Yep.
Stop being a dick, Brian. I'll just say that. Don't be a douche.
I don't think Brian can stop being
So
a
let's talk about what some of those critiques that were leveled at Joe were. And I don't want to draw attention to one of the videos I watched because I don't want to give them more views, but I will share 2 of the most popular comments that seemed to capture the mood and the...
Okay.
Also known as, it won't be an ad hominem if I don't name them.
If I don't name them.
Fuck you.
Oh, he's probably talking about MythVision. MythVision's video critiquing Joe is the largest one that's out there right now.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to bet he's talking about MythVision.
Yeah. Well, I haven't actually seen I don't think I've actually seen any of them yet. The only thing I saw was the one we literally reviewed together in our last live.
Yeah.
The actual
one was
conversion
that?
one was like 6 minutes and change. So yep.
Oh, okay.
Let's see if he outs enough for you to get a source on it.
Sentiment in the room, if you will. So this was the second most popular comment, which says, I'm intrigued. Oh, he was raised Catholic? I'm no longer intrigued. So if we can...
Sorry.
Okay, hold on.
That was
hold
okay.
on.
That
You
was
act like
was
it
something.
doesn't matter.
That was something that Brandon brought up. Brandon over at Mindshift brought that up as like, it would be really surprising if all of a sudden he was a Hindu, or he was like a Jain or something like that. But no, he went back to the faith that he was familiar with, the faith of his parents, the faith that he was raised in. Oh, so that's so he's like, so he's kind of like, that's the one he went back to. I get it. So,
shoot. What? Joe Smith. Yeah. See.
Philosopher Fang, good to see you. Philosopher says Brian is a combination of Socrates, Einstein, and Richard Feynman in his own head. It's so true. He does think very, very highly of himself. He does. Brian thinks very highly of himself, but I'll say this about Brian. He does not know how to do research at all. I mean, he doesn't. The claims he made in the video that I covered him on, the claims he made about the history of slavery, because he was doing a video on morality, and the claims that he made, the claims he made regarding the history of the historicity of slavery and slavery in Europe and slavery under the Roman Empire, were just batshit wrong. Just he got so much of it wrong, and I had to correct him on a bunch of that. So, just a complete misrepresentation of history itself to try and make Christianity look good. And nope. So he doesn't know how to do research for shit.
So looky what we got here.
The comment. I'm intrigued. He was raised Catholic. I'm no longer intrigued. Was
that
under
I
Brandon's?
I wonder whose video is at the top of
Mindshift.
You see, this guy's dumb fuck.
Shit.
He wasn't smart enough to paraphrase. He actually copied the exact quote, because I'm going to search for the fucking quote. He's literally telling me where to look for it.
Well, he said it was the second thing. He said it was the second thing. Does it mean
I know, which means it's at the very top, which means I didn't have to scroll for more than 3 seconds.
Well, I know, but he said he wasn't going to mention the name of the first one.
No, but it was enough for me to find it in 3 seconds.
But is his first one the video, or is his first one? Is he talking about?
He's talking about Mindshift because he literally copied the comment that's on Mindshift. It's not about what Mindshift said. He copied a comment on Mindshift's video. That's how I know who he's critiquing.
Okay, hang on a sec. Back up the video real quick. Let me hear what he said regarding his sources.
No, he put it on screen. That's the
thing. I know. But back up the video real quick. I want to hear what he said.
Yep. Okay. Back up a few seconds here. Hold on. To about right about there.
Okay. Can't hear it. We can't hear it, Andrew.
Okay, hold on a second. Properties. Capture. God damn it. Hold on. Where is? This is. It's not. It's. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I got my audio source just went a little wonky on me here. Properties, capture method. Okay. Hold on. Let me just.
Does anyone know how old Joe Schmidt really is? I've heard everything from like 23 to 27.
I think he's in his late 20s. Hive, good to see you. I think when Andrew brought up the image of the the comment on Brandon's? There's something happened with the audio on the.
No. I made a change on my side, trying to change how my capture worked in real time.
Oh, okay.
Like my video window, so I could go from a full screen capture down to that. So just give me 2 seconds, and you can bring Tony up in the meantime
Oh, is
while I
Tony back?
attempt to rectify my oops. Tony is in the back room.
Okay. Add
Yeah,
Tony
let's
to
go
the
get-
scene. Unmute
Yep.
Tony. That's Gretchen's window.
Tony is still auto muted, by the way. Don't forget to unmute
No,
him.
I unmuted him. There's
No.
Gretchen's.
Oh, or
I'm
did you
back.
add him to the scene?
Yes, I did add him to the scene.
I don't. I'm not hearing him.
He hasn't talked yet. Oh wait, now
Oh,
he's talking.
No,
Okay.
he's talking. I'm watching the mouth.
He was muted.
There he is.
All right.
Oh, was that last one you? Oh, make us all feel
So
guilty. That's it.
So that section of
That's right. I've done no wrong.
That he has reanalyzed the information available to him. That's intriguing, right? That's something worthy of investigation. But just, oh, he reverted to the religion that he was raised in during a period of apparent emotional turmoil. That's not as interesting nor as compelling as it might be. As you said, if he converted to Hinduism, okay, now we can ask a question. So you didn't just revert to the religion that you were raised in, or some variant thereof.
Yeah.
You went with something new. So that comment neatly summarizes exactly what I was saying. What is the epistemological basis on which Joe changed his mind? That's what we're interested in. And is that compelling or is it not? And if it's just textbook, he's reverted to the religion he was raised in, it's a story that happens every day. It's not that remarkable. A lot of people. So my dad was raised Catholic, and he was not a practicing Catholic for like the first 10 years of my life, 8-10 years, something like that. And then all of a sudden, when his aunt was diagnosed with cancer, everybody was being dragged off to church every week. It happens all the time. Something happens, some emotional switch, some emotional stimulus, some external stress, and people reignite their religion. It's a story that happens every day.
Yeah. We good, Andrew?
Gonna need just a second here. I'm just gonna try to recreate this window. I tried getting clever. That'll learn me.
It will.
Yeah. Give me half a shake just to open another. And that was, oh gosh darn it, where was I in this thing? 6 minutes and change, something like that.
Oh, you got to start it over?
Oh, not all over. Oh, hold on. I should be able to. Yeah. Okay, there we are. Hold up. Let me just see if I got. God damn it! My capture. Am I on the right thing? Wait for it. Okay, I'm gonna. If I do this. Okay, talking during this thing may loop back. We'll see how this works. Give me half a sec. I am slightly mystified. why it's not allowing me. Why does it say preview? Why do I have to get clever right now? Okay, I'm going to try to do a global desk. Can I do a desktop
You got
anywhere?
clever? When does that start?
I know. Ooh. It's got bite.
Sorry.
No, I take it like I dish it.
It's a snark release valve. I gotta release it
And
every so
Atomic
often.
Punk, I think it's Atomic Punk said he finally watched. Oh, Atomic Punk said he finally watched Pandorum. Awesome, very cool. Yeah, decent little sci-fi horror film. And I wish they wouldn't have wussed out on the ending. Yeah, they kind of took the safe route on the ending, say that. But it was fascinating, the story there. And apparently Scott Mussel, I can't believe Romans crucified Christ. He still ended up winning because Rome eventually became Christian. More like what Paul said Christianity was. Oh, yes, Tony says. The Romans crucified Christ. Paul started a breakaway religion, mostly unrelated to Christ's actual teaching. That religion was adopted in Rome, and Christ somehow won. Right. So Paul won. You know, Jesus died, but Paul carried it on. There's a great I mean, the evidence is pretty much there that you guys aren't Christians. You guys are Paulians.
The Christ's teaching was all about Judaism. He was a conservative Jew, based on his teachings. Yes, he had some progressive ideas, but he was not in any sense suggesting the abandonment. Well, I'm glad you asked. What did Paul teach that was different? Paul taught that belief was more important than action, whereas Christ was teaching that action, that charity without good works is dead. Right? Is that? I think that's a Christian thing, right?
Yeah.
Certainly, the story of the Good Samaritan teaches us that the Samaritan, the religious heretic, is the person who is treating the victim of the mugging as a neighbor. He's the person who goes to heaven, whereas the Sadducee and the Pharisee, the Levite and the Sadducee, I can't remember which one. But those two walk past. So when Paul talks about it's very important to believe in religious orthodoxy and the exact you have to follow these set paths to get to religious redemption. That's the opposite of what Christ was teaching. If you've never heard of Paulism, then you haven't studied early Christianity, because Paul's teachings seem to be quite at odds with what Christ was teaching.
Oh, Paul is a complete heretic. Hell yeah. I weaponize him constantly. So, yep. So that was kind of Scott's kind of deal over there. And I believe I just got a workaround for this. So let's see if this continues.
Which says, I'm intrigued. Oh, he was raised Catholic? I'm no longer intrigued.
Okay, back that up.
So if we can steelman this sentiment here, because it's not really...
Is that doubled?
Yep.
It is. It just sounds like it's coming in echoey.
Yeah.
Hold on a sec. I'm just going to knock it down a notch. Just because I grabbed it in an alternate way.
Argument. It's something like, if he were intellectually honest, he wouldn't just immediately return to the creed his parents professed and tried to raise him in. That reeks of laziness and compromise motives. And sure, that's one possible reason for why someone would do what he did, but it's the furthest thing from a logical conclusion about it.
No, it's not.
And in the form of an argument.
No, it's not. It happens all the time in our
genetic
priors. In our priors, it's what we expect. We expect that when a person is introduced to an external stress, they will revert to the religious doctrines in which they were raised. That says nothing about the validity or truth value
of those religious doctrines. It merely demonstrates that people in times of high stress obtain emotional value from the religious doctrines of their childhood.
Fallacy, which is a logical error in which someone rejects an argument or claim based on its origin rather than its logical merit. So in this case, they're saying none of his arguments for Catholicism are worth considering because he was raised Catholic.
No, that's not what's being said. What's being said is it is less likely. Now, if he were able to then go on and present, this is just a prior expectation. This doesn't mean that, Brian is correct, that this doesn't mean necessarily that he doesn't have sound arguments supporting his return to a belief in God. But it does make it less likely that he does.
Yeah.
Ignoring the Bayesian inferences that can be drawn, but you're ignoring the posterior, the post hoc data. What evidence did Joe present? Was it good evidence? No, it was crappy evidence presented by a man who seemed to be emotionally unsettled.
Go ahead, Andrew.
I'd say we're somewhere between a straw man and an ad hominem, because he's not actually leveling what's actually being put against the premise of Joe's conversion. So yeah, there's no enemy to actually balance that against.
Embarrassingly bad argument, and it's a fallacy for a reason. But in their defense, it's actually a very common one. C.S. Lewis gave this specific version of the genetic fallacy the name bulverism.
No, you went ahead way too far, because I wanted to go back to the sources that he was citing.
Oh well, we were just there moments before.
Yeah, go before that. Yeah.
Well, you mean before even the comment?
Yeah, before the comment.
Oh, you want to go way back?
No, I want to go back to when he said, because I don't think the comment on Mindshift's channel was the first thing he was going to talk about, because he bypassed the first one because he didn't want to name him. I don't think that I'm trying to see if the comment and his first citation, the comment was his second citation. Whatever his first ones, I want to see if the two of them were connected. If the video that he's talking about is the same one where that comment was. That's what I wanted to. That's what I wanted to check.
Yeah, it is. But let's go back to the start of that. That's that segment of YouTube video as a whole.
So let's talk about what some of those critiques that were leveled at Joe were.
This is it, yeah.
And I don't want to draw attention to one of the videos I watched because I don't want to give them more views, but I will share two of the most popular comments that seems to capture the mood and the sentiment.
All right, cool.
Now you catch
and then the first comment was the and
yeah. So this is where he tried to critique the idea that Mindshift did something wrong, but then he bounced to a comment in the freaking chat. So it's like, this isn't even something that the video put up. This was somebody else's reaction or assumption in a YouTube comment, not actually in Brandon's commentary.
Yeah, in Brandon's video, though, he did make a note of the fact that the religion that he converted to was the one of his birth. And that was an important point to keep in mind when evaluating, whatever Joe went through. So it's like the one that he converted to was the one that he was most familiar with. It was the one that he was raised in. It's the one of his parents. So that's the important thing.
Yeah, it's trivial though, but it's the dismissal factor though as a whole. The dismissal was in the YouTube comment. It's not that Brandon dismissed it according to that.
Right.
He just understood that may be a factor with regards to where he went. It wasn't a dismissal though. The dismissal was in the YouTube comment.
Yeah. Well,
it's a target shift.
The one in the comment was reductive. Was a reductive way of stating what Brandon was talking about. So I get that now.
Yeah. We're about to see that in about 2 seconds.
Okay.
That's what I caught instant. So
in the
here it
room,
goes.
if you will. So this was the second most popular comment, which says,
It's the dismissal from the "I am no longer intrigued." This is what Brian got hung up on for the rest. So now we've completely shifted from the source of the critique down to a comment and the dismissal attached to the comment.
Yeah.
Brian needs to find a room with a rabbit ocelot. Babu, he remembers me.
I'm intrigued. Oh, he was raised Catholic? I'm no longer intrigued.
Do we want to jump forward to that?
So
C.S.
if we
Lewis
can
guy?
Yeah, we want to
man
jump forward.
this sentiment here, because it's not really an argument. It's something like one. C.S. Lewis gave this specific version of the genetic fallacy the name bulverism, which is the habit of attributing motive to someone for why they believe what they believe, and then dismissing what they believe without ever having to engage with the substance of their arguments or their claims. So they entirely avoid the arguments and embrace a non sequitur, which is that based on very little information, they can read that person's mind and know what their internal motives are.
Pause
All
there.
I
No, this
need
is
to
a.
do
This is.
watch
Can
a
we
few
stop?
minutes of-
Can we stop? Can we stop there? Because this is a load of bullshit. He's quoted C.S. Lewis, and he's making this big thing about bulverism. It's a YouTube comment that's 3 lines long. It's not a fucking philosophy thesis. The person was summarizing, that okay, they don't see that it's likely he's got good evidence. Let's break this apart in further detail. This was the religion that he was raised in, and he decided that it was a bad religion, and he left it. Now he's gone back to it. Is that because he discovered something new about the religion?
Nope.
That's unlikely. He was raised in it for years. He likely knows as much about the religion as he did when he left it. Like, the information that has been presented to him is unlikely to have changed. So what has changed? What's most likely to have changed is his emotional state, his dependence on the support that he derives from religious belief. That's what's most likely changed. That instantly makes his conversion less intriguing and less likely to involve any sort of new information. So, this is just bizarre. The level of intellectual rigor that he's bringing to analyzing a throwaway YouTube comment.
No, there's no rigor. That's not the point. The point is that he tried to point functionally the finger at Mindshift, Brandon, and then basically diverted the target to a 3-line piece of stupidity.
Yeah.
And then tried
It's
to
not
loop
stupidity.
it
It's just a throwaway line. The guy was trying to be funny, and he was. It's a funny comment. But it's not profound analysis.
I know. Well, that's the thing is that he took the idea that there was critique at all about Joe's conversion. That critique was actually in the video, but note that Brian is not quoting a damn word from the video.
Yeah.
So this is pure red herring. Absolute utter red herring.
Yeah.
Yeah. And functionally because of this, the summary attachment to that, because of not backing it up, I'm wondering if we're within range of slander. We're in the ballpark of slander. So not fun. Good to continue, JL?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's go watch him, service C.S. Lewis a little.
A video of you online, and from that I can psychologize your every motive and thereby presume to know why those motives have overtaken your better critical judgment. It's hard to believe that people actually find that persuasive. But if you recognize it, you start to see it just everywhere. And what's more, he's already published hours and hours of content giving his logical reasons for drawing this conclusion. To just wave all of that off because you think you can read minds and motives is a wild, rash judgment.
No, it's 'cause
it would
we
be like a
understand
farmer
what he's
who
saying.
studies how
Right.
We understand
No,
what he's
but-
saying. I don't need to go through 25 hours of nonsense that I've heard from 100 other channels making the exact same friggin' arguments that he doesn't have shit for. And I've already pointed out. I pointed out while we were watching the video when he was talking about his story. He was making claims, or he was claiming that certain miracles, like miracle claims, were scientifically verified. Okay?
Mhm.
That they were verified by independent sources. Not the shit, not the Catholic driven sources that are or the Catholic sponsored sources that are behind the Lord's miracle, shit like that. Independent scientific confirmation, which is patently false. It is straight up bullshit. The claims that he's making, the information that he's leaving out, that's what we were doing. And so we like Tony said, we analyze his reasoning. We analyze the claims he's making. We analyze the conclusions that he's coming to. And we recognize that there is something wrong there. Go ahead, sorry.
Don't worry. I expect blood pressure meds are about to get a price spike.
colors respond to sunlight. And so he decides to paint his barn red because it reflects more light and thus protects the structure better. And then when he tells his farmer friends why he did that, they all just say, "Oh, you only did that because red's your favorite color." Now, even if red is his favorite color, it doesn't disprove his conclusion. But anyone dismissing him on those
Yes, it
grounds
does.
would be a fool for doing so. Or what if I said, the Edmonton Oilers are going to be the best team in the NHL this year? You might say, well, you're only saying that because you're from Edmonton. And it's true, I do live in Edmonton. But just because I live
As a Canadian, I disavow Brian.
All right, but
I'm
he's
voting
but
him
he's
off the
claiming,
island.
but his claim about red reflecting light, red reflects less light than white. So if his motivation was to reflect light, he should have gone for white, or he could have gone for a metallicized, utterly reflective paint. So if his claim was he painted the barn red to reflect light, we can say, well, rationally speaking, there were better ways he could have gone about reflecting light from his barn, right? We don't need to speculate about whether he painted it because red is his favorite color, or maybe it's his wife's favorite color, or maybe it spooks the animals less. He could have any one of a number of reasons. What we can say is that he's not making an objectively rational decision, because there are better ways to reflect light off a barn.
live in Edmonton doesn't prove that my statement is false. If you want to disprove that claim, you have to try a little harder than that. You have to at least make an actual argument for why they're not. Maybe showing how some other team is the best, or highlight something critically flawed in the Oilers roster or strategy.
That's absolutely untrue. If you present an argument that is logically flawed, like the Oilers are the best team in the league, and you don't present any evidence supporting that position, it's not our job to go and find evidence that you're wrong. All we have to say is your claim is unsupported. That's all that's up to us. We're not making the claim that some other team is better. We're just making the observation that your argument isn't a good one.
And really quick, Jinju, good to see you, Jinju, for hanging out, as well as Primordial Puggles, good to see you. Jinju says, like most Toronto Leafs fans, Like most Toronto Leafs fans, they want the team to be their pallbearers so they can let them down one last time. Very good, Jinju. Appreciate that. Sheepdog, please feel free to come up on stage. The link is pinned in the side chat. And huge giant W's in the chat for Primordial Puggles, who just super chatted $100 Australian. No message, but thank you so much for that support, Primordial Puggles. You rock. Let's get some giant W's, huge dubs in the chat for Primordial Puggles. Such a generous super chat. Thank you very, very much. I do appreciate that. You rock. Weirdo Rock Hyrex Evan is in the chat as well. Good to see you, and has been a member of the Godless Army for 1 month. Thank you so much, Weirdo, for that support. You definitely rock. And Async Network, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out with us, as well as Darth Gently. Good to see you as well. Burt Russell, too. Good to see you. Appreciate
I've been
all
here
you
the
hanging
whole
out.
time.
Do what?
You said async. I've been here the whole fucking time.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. I don't know why it split in my mind.
Yeah, what I did, I was Gretchen before, but as soon as I popped out the chat so I could still see it in the over Video Ninja, it turned me into Async
Into
Network.
Async.
So
I don't know why
whatever.
it didn't
I don't know
connect.
why it does that.
I have too many things all over the place.
Did I just miss the voice?
Yeah, when you
changer
pop
going
out
in?
chats and you have 2 different tabs with 2 different accounts going, it just picks one and forces it. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah, did I just miss a voice changer going in effect there? Or did something go weird?
Gretchen sounds very different to me.
Do I?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's like a male filter.
Oh, really? Okay,
Well,
hang on.
it sounds like a dude who.
It
sounds like a dude who eats cigarettes.
This
Is
is
that
what
better?
happens when the androgen count goes way out. All of a sudden,
Is
you
that
start getting
better?
biological changes.
Not really, no.
I'm too terrified to answer honestly.
I'm frightened beyond the capacity for
Seriously?
reasonable thought. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Okay.
I've got to get
I'll
going.
fuck with
I've
it,
hit
but
my time limit. I need to go shopping. I'll talk to you all later.
All right. Appreciate it, Tony. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Have a good one.
And thank you for helping us figure it all out. So,
Oh
when it was me the whole time. It's like a Christopher Nolan film.
Okay.
All right.
Does that do anything?
Still coming in pretty deep. Yeah, it says your voice has gone deep. Thank you so much, Primordial Puggles, and definitely I hope you're feeling better. Now. I hope you got to your medication and everything is going good. So definitely look after yourself. Weird Rock says, I love how Jail ignored all my yelling about how terrible the Oilers are before my member milestone chat. Oh, I didn't see it, but dude. Okay, so Weirdo, I'm going back and forth between screens because I've got the live stream over on this screen and I've got OBS over on this one. So I'm split between 2 things. We're doing something new, and Jose says tonight is hilarious. Yeah, this is totally it. Geo Sam, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And Nathu the One, good to see you as well. Appreciate you being here. It sounds like the opposite of helium. Like, I guess the best I can say is like when you do whippets.
Oh, actually, no. This would be sodium hexafluoride territory.
Okay, yeah.
That's where we're at. All of a sudden, your voice goes all the way down here.
Just way down.
I mean?
Yeah. Way
This sounds like. Hold on. Hold on. Issue a ransom threat. Can I get something with like newspaper print cutout letters?
Say
Collage
Autobots
together.
roll out. Not a problem.
Can't hear you yet, Gretchen. Oh boy. That was, folks. Just FYI, that's not us. It could be after I show Jail some fun toys, but it's not currently us.
Autobots roll out. Philosopher says, "Come back, Tony. We need you. The rest of us are fucking idiots." Okay, we'll let Gretchen sort that out on her end. If she speaks, and we'll let her know. So go ahead and
Yep.
Okay. Anything?
There we go.
Oh,
Perfect.
we got you back.
Yeah, the mics I bought, they have some sort of AI filter where it's got like 3 different voices, but I don't know how to use them yet because I've never used them. So I must have like pushed the button too many times or long pressed it too long or whatever. So I'll just
Leave the briefcase. Walk away.
either that or I just like went through menopause like rapidly and
Oh, I think you hit
unexpectedly.
menopause there. I mean, that was deep.
Well, I can say,
Yeah.
I will say this: sheepdog. To response to you, I guess what I'm trying to say is saying God doesn't exist requires an explanation just as much as me saying he does exist. Agreed. If I make the positive claim that a particular God doesn't exist, if I'm saying that God does not exist and that does carry with it a burden of proof, you are correct on that. All I have to do is look at the God that's being invoked. So if I say the Christian Abrahamic biblical God does not exist because that God definitionally entails a logical contradiction, then I know it doesn't exist because it can't exist, because logical contradictions can't exist. Therefore, that God doesn't exist, and I can state that unequivocally. Just, it's analytically true. Done. Okay, but if it's an unfalsifiable God, then it could exist, but I don't believe that it does. And my position will change if evidence is presented, but if it's unfalsifiable, it can't be shown either way. Okay? But if you're saying that a particular God does exist, then that carries with it a burden of proof, and you need to show how you know that it exists. I understand that you may be convinced that it exists. You're convinced of the proposition, I get that. But just because you're convinced of it doesn't mean you're convinced for good reasons or rational reasons, okay? And it definitely doesn't mean that you know it exists as a fact of external reality. So that's where the important distinction is. And I think it was where is it? Scott Muscle said something else. Do you believe Paul or Jesus even existed? Yeah, okay. Paul existed. We know that. So Paul existed. There's plenty of like documentation about Paul. Paul existed. Jesus, as the individual appears in the book, I hold that that's a character, but I do hold that there was an individual that existed that inspired the character that appeared in the book. So, and there might even be some aspects of Paul in the book that were also kind of like embellished over time. So, but I hold that there were real people. I hold that there were real people that existed that inspired these characters that we're reading about. I'm not a mythicist like Godless Engineer or a number of other people.
And me.
Yeah.
And me.
Mythicism, there are arguments for mythicism, like legit arguments, which is why there are people who are fucking mythicists. I just hold that for the sake of it, looking at it from a probability standpoint and looking at it with the prior probability is established, human beings will build up legends based upon real things. Okay, real people walked around. I'm a real person. If I do something that appears to be extraordinary, the legend of me might grow in the telling, as in the fish story. The fish gets bigger every time we tell the story. That happens all the time. We see it all throughout history. Humans do that. We embellish, we aggrandize, we whatever. We insert ourselves into the stories and blah blah blah. We see it all the time. It's a human convention. Is it possible from a prior probability standpoint that that's what happened with Jesus? Certainly. There's a good probability that it was a real dude who was an itinerant rabbi who preached heretical Second Temple Judaism, pissed off the local authorities, and was nailed to a piece of wood for his troubles. I got no problem with that. Seems pretty high. Seems pretty high on the probability meter, given that the Romans crucified everybody if they were causing trouble. So I got no issue with that. But it just means that he was the first century David Koresh. That's who Jesus was. First century David Koresh. That's it.
Remember, one man's
I'm 100%
Waco's another man's
mythicist with
wacko.
Jesus, and I'm about 75% mythicist with Paul.
I
really,
sympathize more than
like some of Jaron's theories. I mean, I want them to make sense. They don't quite yet, but I really do.
The one thing I could say is that it is possible that there wasn't okay, we know that the stuff written by Paul that we can be attributed to that individual. We know that of the Pauline epistles, we know 7 of them were written by the same person. We know that the other ones were not written by him, and they were attributed to him. But
Right.
of the 7 that were written, somebody obviously wrote them. Either that individual was Paul, or that individual was citing it as being Paul. But the question is, did the person who wrote those 7 Pauline epistles, was that person citing a person that actually existed and they were just writing in his name, or did they make that person up out of whole cloth? And it seems unlikely from just a probability
I
standpoint
don't
that
know.
I was like, what character am I going to invent today?
What if it
Paul.
was
I'll name him
Marcion?
Paul. So
What if it was Marcion though?
huh?
Well, that's
What if it was
that's kind of
Marcion though? Kind of makes more sense then, doesn't it?
Wouldn't
If
that
it was
come down to
Marcion making up the Paul character, like as a stand-in for writing himself into his own fucking story.
It's possible. Like I said, it could have been
Like he made up Paul as a literary device to write his
to
own.
write himself into the deal.
Yeah.
And it very well
Well-
could be. I mean, it kind of like blew people's minds when it was
the,
discovered that
the,
when it was.
the conspiracy theory part of my brain.
Oh
really
yeah,
wants
it's
to
like
believe
it
that.
blew
I'm
people's
just not
minds.
sure I'm there yet.
It blew people's minds when it was first posited that the stuff that was written in the Testimonium Flavianum, that the stuff that was written in that about Jesus being king and the specific terminology, when it was first posited that was likely not written by Josephus, and all you had to do was look at Josephus was not a Christian. Origen himself said that Josephus did not believe that Jesus was king, and then here he is in the Testimonium saying, using language, Christian language, indicating that he was. Well, is it possible that this was not written by Josephus? And who had both the temerity and the investment to do that? Looking at you, Eusebius, you little prankster. Okay, so, and then we realize, then we do a stylometric analysis and realize the shit written by Josephus matches the stuff in the second part when he's talking about Joseph, but it doesn't match this, but the stylometric analysis matches Eusebius' other work. You little shit. So, this will make Christianity more valid. Ha 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 ha. Little fucker. Yeah. And guess what? If Josephus, who was a Jew, writes about these things because he knows that there are people out there that believe them, it does not believe them himself, and then some other Christian philosopher and scholar has to come back and alter his writings to try and give his own position more validity, if he has to fake the evidence or manipulate the evidence to try and give his own position more credibility, that should be a giant red flag. Why is it that Christian philosophers and biblical scholars, like 2nd century, 3rd century, 4th century, why was it so problematic for them? Why did they have to go back and change stuff, to change the evidence, to change the testimony, to add their own shit, to try and give their own position more credibility? Why did they do that? Because they knew they couldn't defend their positions any more than any of the other mystery cults could defend theirs. That's why. When you have to lie in order to make the thing you're pointing at if you're pointing at a thing as evidence, and you have to lie or commit a logical fallacy in order for that thing you're pointing at to be evidence, it was never evidence to begin with. And yet, for some reason, Scott Muscle, Christians like you, will not question this. This is like beyond the pale for you for some reason. I have no idea why. All right, go for it.
That was the second most popular comment. The most popular comment said this, quote, "I'm impressed how he's thoroughly examined every religion and every denomination of every religion and realized that the one he was indoctrinated into as a child is the best fit for him." Now, this is a variation of the earlier argument, but it adds on this idea that for your choice of religion to be reasonable, you have to thoroughly examine every possible alternative theory and religion. Otherwise, you can't claim this was an intellectual decision. So if I can abstract that into a general argument, it would be something like this.
Brian, the comment is pointing out that that's not something that he did. He sided with the one that he was most familiar with, which means he wasn't being critical. He sided with the one that he knew, that he grew up with, and that he was most comfortable with. It's like returning home. Okay? That's what it was. As Tony pointed out prior, it's like going home. That's where he felt he belonged. He didn't step outside of his comfort zone. He didn't go to see if Shintoism had something to say something to say that was more effective than what Catholicism said. He didn't go to Protestantism. He didn't become an ortho bro. He went back to what he knew. That's the
He picked
point.
nostalgia. There's a reason nostalgia makes us feel good.
He went back to what he knew. He wasn't critical in his evaluation because he didn't step outside of it. He didn't say, okay, I'm an agnostic, but I think there's a God now. But I'm not going to automatically assume that Catholicism is true. So I need to do a process of elimination to find which one most closely matches truth. And if he was like legitimate, if he wanted to do the whole like moral thing, I would say he would be a Jain. Okay, but I don't think but looking at his little noodle arms, I don't think he has the strength to constantly move that broom like that. So, but nonetheless, he went back to the one that was most comfortable for him. The one that he knew, the one he was most familiar with, the one that required him to do the least amount of work. That's why. Okay, go ahead.
Unreasonable to choose any particular option unless you've critically exhausted every possible alternative option. Put in those terms, I wonder if most people who hit on or who hit like on that comment would still agree.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, nobody ever chooses based on that standard of proof.
I did.
Yeah, well, he also went for one of those absolute claims again.
Right, but
Where
I
apparently
did.
you
I
have to
can refute
exhaust-
that
you have-
myself. The existence of me refutes that because I did an exhaustive search. I went looking when Christianity failed, when it failed on its merits. That wasn't just like, oh, Christianity failed, I guess I'm a fucking atheist. No. I immediately went to the went to Eastern religions. Immediately went there to see what do they have to say. Okay, from India to Japan to try and figure out what was going on, and interesting stuff. I like the philosophy of Buddhism, but the theological stuff is just nonsense to me. All the way to the Tao. The Tao is one of my favorite reads. I like the Tao. A lot of good points in there. I don't follow it. Okay, but yes, it was exhaustive. Hello, I am a critical thinker. And sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, he went to the absolutes again, where apparently reasonable is not a bar that's valid for some reason. You see, in order to argue against him, you have to know everything. In order for him to feel confident in his stuff, however, he just needs a fifi. So as we can see, the standards are very in the double category.
I'm curious, Gretchen. During your wait, I never got. I'm honestly, I don't know if you've mentioned this before, but I don't know this about you. Were you always a non-believer?
No, I was raised halfway between the Pentecostal and Mormon churches.
Ooh, Pentecostal. Tongues or snakes?
Yeah.
Tongues.
Tongues.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. And we were supposed to choose between ourselves when we got older.
Okay.
And then I married a Catholic at 19.
Wow.
And yeah. So then when I started having kids at 20, his family wanted me to christen the kids Catholic, and I'm like, no, because I'm not Catholic. And then I just did a comparative religion thing just between the three, because I figured, well, I'm going to figure out what I really am and what I believe. And I'd never read any of the books before. I mean, not really. I was a teenager, and by the time I got through all the literature, like 6 months later, I'm like, yeah, I don't believe any of this shit. It's just not real.
When you were going through that process, did you automatically just drop, like, just when you're done with that, or did you at any point try to hold on to the notion, like, because I went devout believer to kind of like spiritual in that respect, kind of like non-denominational. Then I went kind of spiritual. Then I went kind of you could say I was very much a very weak agnostic. Like I really wanted to be that until I went through a long process over a decade where I went from, I think at a point there I was a pantheist, and panentheism as well. And so I never entertained panpsychism because I've never been an idealist, but I went through like all these stages because for the longest time I was really trying to hold on to this idea until it just couldn't hold logical weight for me anymore. Did you go through like a process, or were you pretty much, this is bullshit, I'm done and I'm out?
No, yeah, I think I took the express lane for a lot of years. I thought it sucked that, you know, I had the two different, you know, things in my head, and I figured out how to make them work, you know,
Gotcha.
to basically keep my parents from fighting. But yeah, by the time I actually read it all, I mean, it felt like I was, you know, jumping from branch to branch on a tree, and then at one point I just fucking fell out of it. And it's like, okay, I guess I live down here now. And this is atheism.
Right.
So okay, this is and it, yeah, I don't have a traumatic deconstruction story. I don't have. It just happened, and it was okay with me. So.
Weirdo Rock Hyrix 7 says, I keep getting confused by this. Any chance you can explain the difference, if any, between pantheism and panentheism? The easiest way to describe this is that pantheism is that the universe and God are one and the same, interchangeable. That, or you could say, like what they say, nature. That nature and God are one and the same. I like to say the universe because it's the sum total of everything that exists. But the universe or nature and the God entity are one and the same, interchangeable. Okay, there's no like line of demarcation between the two. Panentheism is the idea that the universe is contained within God. That God is both the universe and supersedes the universe. So, kind of like if you think about it, like pantheism is instead of being a Venn diagram, is a circle, and panentheism is like an egg with reality as the yolk and the encompassing exterior of the egg. That's God. Is the best way I can kind of analogize it for you. So I hope that answers that question, weirdo. All right, go ahead, Andrew. I know we got off on that. Andrew. Drewski. Did we lose him? We got coffee. I'll say that. If you think it's ugly, you are wrong. /S. Yeah, /S. Andrew, you there? I wonder if he stepped away.
Maybe so. He's literally teacupped.
All right. Well, while Andrew's away, before we kick this off again so we can finish up listening to Brian's straw man of everything, his cope session to try and defend Joe Schmidt like he was his boyfriend. If there are any believers who are in the chat, the link is pinned in the side chat. You are more than welcome. You're more than welcome to come up on stage and join us to present any arguments you have or any evidence you may have. We would love to hear from you.
Absolutely.
Where did Andrew go?
And if there's anyone that hasn't subbed to Async Network, you should do that.
Definitely. Async Network. Go check her channel out. They do awesome stuff. Andrew,
I think
you
I'm
all
like
good?
stuck at like 650.
Gonna get you over that hump. This last video I did kind of surprised me. I didn't expect a 14-minute video where I'm talking about Allie Beth Stuckey being dumb about dinosaurs. I didn't expect it to pop off like it did. It was kind of impressive. I'm hoping my next one does equally as well, which will be coming out on Tuesday.
There we are.
You good?
Oh, yep.
You getting coffee?
Freshly back. I'm restocked.
Oh, okay. That's why you put the coffee mug up. Okay, I gotcha.
I hid it in the big print. Actually, how did Christopher Walken put it? I hid it in the last place I possibly could.
I hid it in the last place I'd ever look. Oh, yeah, and he hid it. He hid the watch in the last place I'd ever think to look, in his ass. For 2 years, for 2 years he walked around this uncomfortable hunk of junk up his ass. All right, you can fire it up.
So you'd have to either conclude that nobody has ever made a rational choice, or that such exhaustive examination is an unnecessary standard for rational choice. It would be like one of your friends saying, I've been together with my girlfriend for a few years now. She's shown herself to be trustworthy, committed, stable, joyful, good for me, and really a capable.
Just to reiterate, he just said that we have to exhaust everything in order to critique somebody else's rational choice. So rationality requires absolute exhaustion of all other possibilities. You're right. I could just chalk it up to aliens. Fuck you, Brian. You just have to listen to him. He's damning himself.
Yeah.
He's not just bad. He's bad at being bad, and that upsets me almost more. You suck. Get another library.
Partner, so I've decided I'm going to propose to her. And you say, well, hold on. Have you taken a serious look at every possible other woman who might be interested in dating you yet? Because if you haven't, this is a completely unreasonable decision. It seems like you're just motivated by convenience here. Now, which person in that exchange seems more reasonable? I hope you would say the romantic, the bridegroom. Okay, so how about this then? I need a new car, and I found one within budget that fits all my needs, and I happen to like it. Would that be reasonable if I bought it? Or is it unreasonable to make that choice until I've tested and examined every possible option within my budget? That's not a reasonable standard for making a choice, and nobody lives their lives like that. So to impose it on the question of religion betrays a glaring double standard. Now you might say, well, choosing a religion.
I'm pretty much like that in my life, pretty much with everything that I do. But it's just because that's just kind of the way I'm wired. So,
how big's the process list, anyways? Really, how far down a checklist do I need to go?
On the vast majority of things, the checklist is not that large. But I'm just that kind of that way myself. That's the way my mom raised me. That's the way my dad raised me, and I'm pretty fastidious about it. So,
yeah, just think about the nature of, like, for instance, how quickly you make moral judgments. Whatever you want to consider moral calculus to be, how fast do you make a judgment? How's a nanosecond sound? That's right. I got my process. I could break it down later, but you know what? I could kind of see a spade as a spade pretty fast, probably.
Yeah.
And if I think really hard about it, the spade will still probably be the spade. Within a high margin of accuracy. So, 11:11. 3 minutes left of this derp.
Okay.
Religion isn't the same as a car. That's true. All analogies will have some measure of distinction between them. That's what makes it an analogy. But if I find myself convinced by the central claims of Christianity, like the resurrection of Jesus, then I don't need to disprove every other religion that exists, or even every possible religion. This is how everyone arrives at the truth. Truth isn't assessed by disqualifying every possible wrong answer. It's based on finding the right answer. To prove that 2 + 2 = 4, I don't have to disprove every possible wrong answer. In part because
that's fucking disanalogous. If you're trying to get to the, say, no, you just said that you were convinced of Christianity being true. So because you were convinced of its truth, you would not have to go and disprove all the other ones. You would disprove the other ones in your process of getting to what is most likely true. If you're simply convinced by the resurrection, then you've already arrived. So, but also trying to analogize that with 2 + 2, which is analytically true, not synthetically true. You're trying to get to a synthetic truth. You're equating a synthetic truth with an analytic truth, Brian. Things that are true by definition and things that are true about the world, okay, and truth that have been shown to be the case, and they're not the same. So, this guy is just so bad, So bad. I'm sorry. I just jumped on that. Go ahead. Go ahead, Andrew. Let it fly.
No. Everyone's invited to the gangbang.
That would actually be impossible. To conclude that a particular person is the culprit in a crime, I don't have to prove everyone else is innocent, just that the evidence to charge him is sufficient. But I'll also say that when skeptics use this line of argumentation, they seem to have it in their mind that there are tens of thousands of gods and religions out there that should be weighed against any particular claim of religious supremacy. But that demonstrates a serious ignorance of the spectrum of religion that actually exists, because you can categorize the various options into fairly small subsets of possibilities, like pantheism, polytheism, monotheism, dualism, etc. At which point, the differences within those categories.
Oh, hold on. I got to address something here. Give me a second. Yeah.
Oh, really quick. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tim Davidson, for the $5 super chat. My therapist said to fight off depression, replace the word. My therapist said to fight off depression, replace the word problem with opportunity. So apparently, I have a drinking opportunity. Replace the word problem with opportunity. So apparently, I have a drinking opportunity. Yes, you do. Thank you so much, Tim Davidson. I always appreciate your super chats. They always make us laugh. You rock, dude.
Yeah. Now, just as I was looking at a comment myself, yeah, hold on, I gotta scroll back an extra line here. Javer's got to put a correction up there for you. So, JL, you see what's up on screen here?
Yes, that is the classic Arthur Conan Doyle line from Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, and what's the more formal way of putting that? There's a name for this.
Oh, if you're talking about Occam's razor?
It's not a good thing. This is the Sherlock Holmes fallacy.
Okay.
Because the idea that you think that whatever remains must be the truth, because that actually assumes there is going to be a true one on the table somewhere. It's like you've got 10 things. I got 10 things. I think I've eliminated everything. You haven't eliminated everything. Yeah, this is the same sort of thing that Precept does on their attempted claim that the impossibility of the contrary.
Yeah.
They never did the work. So Javers, it's a cute quote. It's a good spirit towards deduction that comes up short so many ways. Just a thought.
No, Javers, you didn't misquote it. It's just that the issue being
No,
you didn't he didn't misquote Arthur Conan Doyle. It wasn't a misquoting of that. The issue being that when you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. If the set of things that you're evaluating contains the truth within them. So it's ensuring that you may have a set of things that you have there, and you've eliminated 9 of, like, you have 10 things. You've eliminated 9 of them. So therefore, by that process of elimination, you've concluded the 10th is the truth. If you have all the things that belong in that category or in that set, the set of all things, you like, the whole point is, like, when he was bringing up what Andrew, you brought up with precepts, with the impossibility of the contrary, because they say that of the worldviews, non-theistic and their worldview, this one doesn't account for this in this way, so it makes it impossible, so therefore theirs is the truth. They have not evaluated all worldviews in order to say, because so they're, it's kind of like, I wouldn't call it, what is that? Cherry picking the data? Or whatever that is, but it's working with a limited set.
Like a false dilemma. False dilemma is the scaled version.
What they do is a false dilemma, right?
Dichotomy?
Yeah. It's a false dilemma. It's presenting 2 options and then saying that one of them is right because the other one doesn't do what it does. It's a false dilemma. So, and in that respect, so it's a good rule of thumb. And I like the way that Doyle was kind of referring to. It was kind of like a bad way of saying Occam's razor. But Occam's razor is about, don't multiply your entities unnecessarily, is the whole point of Occam's razor. And so when you're trying to get as close to truth as possible, try to make as few assumptions as possible when trying to get to there. and that will get you the fewer assumptions or fewer unjustified assumptions you make regarding the conclusion you're trying to get to will likely increase the odds that you are coming to a correct conclusion, because you are not multiplying your entities unnecessarily. If you don't need to assume something in order for it to get to the truth, then just don't make that assumption, which Christians do that all the time. So right, Javer. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Yeah, definitely.
Alrighty.
I
Let's,
believe God
let's
is real
finish
because
this.
we now have the new Lake of America. I never thought in my lifetime. Sheepdog, if you're trolling Sheepdog, the mods will handle you. So just don't. If you stay, I mean, come on, dude. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, we only got 2 minutes of this left.
Are only nominal. And once you do that, you're really only choosing between a handful. And it isn't really hard to break them down from that point. Another extremely helpful clue comes in the fact that truth unites. The truth is always a whole of which the various possible errors are some fragment who have a share of. Again, look at an order of operations math question. The correct
Differences between perceptions of truth cause religious wars.
This is
Because
such
you're wrong.
This is such desperate cope. He's just coping at this time. At this point.
Yeah, it's sort of like a Mandelbrot, image.
Yeah.
Just circling around its own fallacy. Watching him, yeah, he's going down the drain right now. Oh,
and where's Waldo for 5 Canadian? I think that's Canadian. Either Brian's in a room with wild acoustics or his audio's playing back double. I feel like I have to raise and lower volume as you pause for comment. There is something that's going on with the audio whenever you go big screen on it, and like your audio will go down, and there is something weird going on in the switch there. I also increased your audio, Andrew, in Ninja, and I'm evening it out here in OBS. So hopefully I fixed the issue.
Yeah. At the same time, JL's having to kind of ride the volume because I'm kind of hosting the video until JL's side is a little sorted out. So thanks for sticking around.
But
thanks for sticking around. And
important thing here, next stream on Wednesday, I may not be doing it on OBS. I may go back to StreamYard and stream there because while we work out some of the things that we've learned that this stream has taught us. So I may go back to that because StreamYard was a lot easier. And I have these elements that I can use. So
like I said, it's all about your schedule. I can get you all the other pieces in.
We'll get it.
But I've got them up. I can get you there.
But for the sake of like Monday, I'm editing all day. Tuesday, I drop my content, and I also have other stuff that I'm doing on Tuesday evening, and then which is just priorly scheduled. And then Wednesday, we're live again. So for the sake of ease, I think that Wednesday I may go back to StreamYard, and we'll just go there like with what we know, and I'll use some of the new elements that I created, and we'll just move from there. And then maybe next Sunday we'll dive back into it. So
as schedules permit.
This was, like I said,
best efforts, and we'll get there quick.
This stage of reason was This stage of reason was largely experimental, is what it was. So, and I have noticed something with my new setup here. I am talking with my hands a lot because my microphone is no longer in front of me, or is no longer like anchored in front of me off of the arm, because I still have the old mic here on its arm. Okay, but now I have that put away because now I have this mic, and so I realize I'm really using my arms a lot, and it's starting to be really distracting to me, so I need to stop doing it.
answer will have steps that are shared.
Oops. Lost my... I know I left it here somewhere. I'm feeling clumsy. There we go.
You're probably right, Spam. You're probably right. And thank you, Where's Waldo, for that super chat. I do appreciate that support. You rock. All right, let's continue.
Yeah, and no worries, Spam. I've got like 15,000 different devices here. I could be all of the conversation. I can make it work. Let's finish this off. We only have like a minute and a half of this derp left.
Many of the wrong answers, but the wrong answers will have less and less in common with the other wrong answers. On the most fundamental question of our origin, our purpose, our relationship to higher being, Catholic Christianity has something in common with all those various options that the atheist tries to highlight as a rival to Christianity. But in reality, it's the atheist who's the furthest from all those other options, where they affirm the supernatural and the existence of a higher power and ideas like the afterlife. The atheist says, on this most fundamental question, everyone else is wrong and only I am right. What's
That's
beautiful
a
about
complete straw man.
Catholic
That's not what we
Christianity
say.
is how much you get glimpses of it all in all the other alternative
Okay,
faith traditions.
Andrew, you can cut it here because this is just him selling Catholicism, and after he completely strawmanned atheists and what we talk about and what we do and how we critique these things. No, it's bullshit. We're not saying that we're saying that the critique, Brian, in case you ever watch this, is that you have no justification for the claims that you make. Okay, that you don't have any. That's the point. I normally would say rational justification, but you don't have any. That's the critique that we're making. We're not saying that these things, it's possible. It is within the realm of logical possibility that an afterlife could exist. It's within the realm of possibility that there could be supernatural elements out there. The problem is we can't determine if there are. These are unfalsifiable concepts by definition. We don't have access to them. We can't test them. We can't make predictions with them. We certainly don't observe them. And no one has ever been there and come back and reported. Okay, or brought evidence of of these things existing. That's the point. So there may be some atheists out there that will say that these things don't exist, but that carries with it a burden of proof. But we're talking about unfalsifiable concepts. They can't be proven to be true or false. All we can say is that you have no justification to say that they do exist. That's the critique. So stop trying to strawman atheism. You're really fucking bad at it. All right, I'm done. I'm done with Brian.
Hold on. We got 40 seconds left of them. I will finish. I know it's only 40 seconds, which is probably as long as he lasts. So it is just a thought that at the same time, he just made a virtue of the idea of trying to claim functionally that Catholicism answers everything for you. And the thing that answers everything, quite possibly, might be answering absolutely nothing. Because that's the thing. It's like he's putting it as a virtue for the idea that a worldview that addresses more points, has more weight to it. This is just him shoveling more baggage in with none of the justification. It just goes, oh, God solves that, God solves that. And because I just blanket said that it solved all these things, then it gains a sense of value because of that. No, you're just shoveling another pile of horse shit in there.
Right.
And not justifying any of it. And then until it's actually knocked down, which of course we just watched him completely, I don't know, probably about the last 75% of this video had zero to do with
nothing to do with
the topic matter at all.
Nothing.
Yeah. This is entirely self-serving.
This was leave Joe alone. Catholicism is the best. That's what this fucking video was.
Also leave Catholicism alone. We're victims.
Yeah, I was right. Leave Joe alone. We're victims. Catholicism is the best. That's all
I
this
heard in
fucking
that
was.
sentence. All I heard in that was leave Brittany alone.
Yeah, exactly. Leave Joe alone. By your own metrics, you don't have any call. You don't have any call to fucking judge him. He's like, shut the fuck up, Brian.
Not even, because more than half of this was just pure Catholicism. No, he's in it for him.
Oh yeah.
This was an exercise in pure narcissism. So let's finish the last.
Leave
40
Joe
seconds
alone.
Stop
critiquing Joe.
Atheism has no such common ground with anyone who isn't an atheist. Hey, thanks for watching that. If you found that clip edifying or beneficial, I would ask you to consider supporting this work by liking, subscribing, commenting. All those things really help in the algorithm.
You can cut it.
Praying.
There we go.
I'll think at you, Brian. I'll think at you.
Thoughts and prayers, Brian. Thoughts and prayers.
Have you seen? There's a great comedy routine by Anthony Jeselnik, if you're familiar. If you're not, I'll link you. Thank me later.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We're in plug. He went business casual.
Well, while Andrew's cleaning that up, because we're done with Brian, and I can get rid of that off of my screen or off of my. Oh wait, no. Oh damn it! I can't do that just yet. 1 second. And let's do this. Let's bring this down. Bring him up. Bring Gretchen down here. Increase Gretchen's window. and increase mine. Okay. That looks a bit better. All right. So, given where we're at right now and what we just watched, Brian did that was a desperate attempt to try and protect Joe from any type of critical examination, and he was wrong on that. So he was wrong in everything he said. He strawmanned atheism. He strawmanned the reason why we're critiquing it. And he has no basis for his fucking claims. And Catholicism is shit anyway because they protect pedophiles. So that's pretty much it. When it comes down to it, I still feel that there's background information missing on Joe's conversion. I think that there is a problem with his reasoning, as Tony pointed out. And I think that I think that needs to be addressed, especially if he's going to run around making claims as though they're true about reality. So I think it's what it comes down to as far as Joe goes. I don't plan on sitting through Joe's 25 hours of nonsense. I don't think I need to. I understand Catholicism well enough, and I understand the arguments, so it's not going to do anything. He's not going to be presenting anything that I haven't heard before and I haven't already debunked myself. So I think Tony was right when he pointed out that this is obviously an emotional thing. If it's it's either an emotional thing or it's a mental health thing. Either way, I don't think we have enough data points to conclusively say what is the cause of it. Of like Joe's conversion.
We've got a lot more possibilities on the table, and you've even put some forward yourself. So one was basically data collection for part of his thesis.
That he was doing that.
That's fully on the table.
That he was doing a paper, and this is all a social experiment in order to pull data points for research. It's possible. So
that's a question. Well, that's actually just the reason or the motivation for deception. Deception itself is the subcategory in and of itself. Everything else becomes justification. So trying to throw family off the trail, for instance, maybe is he feeling social pressures? Is it King Xerxes kind of scenario? Is he got a girl that it
was a woman?
Like I said, there's so many possibilities out there, but see, we got zero substance. Brian was on Catholicism cover mode, straight up. So this had.
And I cannot believe that he tricked me with the title. I can't believe he tricked me with the title because I totally misread it, and I thought that he was going to be critical in his examination, and he was not. It was just it was just trying to cover for Joe, which really pisses me off because I fell for it. I thought
no, not even. He's not trying to cover for Joe. This is all about Brian.
Oh yeah,
Brian does not give a rat's ass. About Joe. When did his name last appear? When did this nameless video, which is clearly mind shift with about 10 seconds of my searching, actually come up? Effing zero. Brian is dog meat.
Yeah.
One of these days, I gotta get on a stream with one of these people. It's gonna be it's gonna be a bloodbath.
There's one dude. Okay, so hang on a sec. Let me check something because maybe it's not coming from the Catholics. But you remember that guy Ryan from needgod.net I brought up a few times?
I remember you mentioning the name, but I don't really know.
Right, needgod.net. So on YouTube, there's needgod.net, and he does a lot of live streams. He's got 190,000 subscribers. The host name is Ryan, and he dropped a video. Where is it at? Or maybe it was a live stream. Not 100% sure because he's Orthodox, and Trent Horn he'd like Trent Horn versus needgod.net on salvation. I could have sworn that he commented on the Joe Schmid scenario. Orthodox Jade Dyer imitator comes in to challenge me. Bible for some other. So this is his live streams. Dang it, I thought he commented on the Joe Schmid scenario. I could have sworn he did. Maybe he didn't. Or maybe he will. I'll keep an eye because he's Orthodox. I want to see what see if he challenges him on that. But nonetheless, that was pretty much is us taking a look at that. If there's more interesting stuff that comes along about the Joe Schmidt scenario, I may take a look at it. I may not. Other than that, it's not evidence that Catholicism is true. It's not evidence that any kind of a God exists. So we'll just move on from there until something interesting comes up. And I'll make sure to vet the information or vet the videos I'm going to look at beforehand, because if I had known that Brian was just going to do a Cope Fest, I wouldn't have looked at his video anyway. But it was a way to spend some time, because we haven't had any believers want to come up on stage yet, which is a shame. I was hoping that we would get one. And if you are a believer, you're more than welcome to click the link and come up on stage. We'd love to have a chat with you. The link is available, so come on up. But it is a little bit past 10 here, and I will say this, with the OBS thing and looking at the live stream over here and doing this shit has been exhausting. So I think that for the Wednesday stage of Reason, I think we're going to go back to StreamYard. It's a lot simpler. It's a lot easier on my head. I can watch the chat. Everything's located on here while I get everything set up and tested and experimented with to make sure that everything's going to run smoothly on OBS, which means having all of the transitions all set up. So we put up a video like this, all the windows move to the side, how many windows we want to have, all that stuff. So it's going to take a moment to get it figured out. But this was my attempt at experimenting with OBS to see if we could actually do this. Since we don't have any believers up and don't have any in the back room, and we're not using Discord this time, so none to, because Andrew was so busy in his end, he couldn't watch Discord at the exact same time. Would have been a pain in the ass. So I think that we're going to call it here, because it's been 4 hours. I know it's a bit of a short stream, but I don't have any other stuff to review. I got new content coming out on Tuesday, but I was hoping to get a believer up top. There's one guy I really want to talk to, and that's Steelborn. I want Steelborn to come back, but he's not live right now. So, and he's one of those dudes who does stream jumping. He jumps from stream to stream to stream to stream to see if he can engage and do stuff. But I want him to come back. I really, really do, because we were in the middle of a good conversation when he had to leave. All right. So, but I think that we will call it here. And so first and foremost, a huge giant thank you to Andrew for doing all the heavy lifting that he did tonight. Thank you to Gretchen. Appreciate you coming up and joining and providing commentary. And thank you to Tony as well. Appreciate you coming up and being a part of the experiment.
Glad to be of service.
Awesome. And thank you, Tony, for being a part of the experimental process while we figured out that all I needed to do was click a button to make all the problems go away. I feel stupid on that one. I feel bad on that one, because all I had to do was add people to the same scene and we would have had it like 45 minutes earlier. I never used Ninja, so I had no freaking clue. Anyway, so I think we're good. All right. Next Wednesday, Stage of Reason, 6 p.m. Central Time. I hope to see you all here, and I hope we get some people up on stage to have a conversation with. That'll be a lot of fun. It's going to be on StreamYard. It's going to be a hell of a lot simpler, so maybe that will be it, and we'll use Discord again. So we'll figure it out. We'll do that. New content coming out on Tuesday. I hope that you all enjoy it. I got to finish editing that tomorrow so I can drop it, so I can move on to the next one. Thank you, a huge giant thank you for all of the views on the last video that came out last Tuesday. You guys rock. That one kind of exploded in comparison to the previous videos. I think like the previous video had like 5,000, and this one I think is coming up on 21,000. So you guys rock. I appreciate that. To see that giant spike is awesome. Either the algorithm did it or whatever, but you guys rule. So those interactions really, really helped. Also, hit the like button if you like the stream. Hit the dislike if you didn't like the stream. I'll understand totally if you hit the dislike button, because this one was a bit chaotic. And be sure to leave a comment below, because those interactions help to drive us in the algorithm. You guys rock. So I appreciate that. A huge thank you to all of the super chats that came through. Big W's for Primordial Puggles for such a generous super chat. All you guys rock. You make this channel possible. And thank you to all you channel members for your monthly support. I do appreciate that. If you're interested in being a member of the Godless Army, the link is down in the description. It's 99 cents per month. You get access to all the custom emojis and, of course, the channel badge. And that really helps to keep this channel, as Professor Plink says, motoring along. You guys rock. Do either of you have anything? I know, Gretchen, you are going live later tonight on Async Network.
I am in about an hour.
Awesome. This is good.
15 minutes, yeah.
This is good. You can take a little break before you go live. So I appreciate that. Go check out Gretchen over at Async Network. You can see that it was in the live chat. It's A-Sync Network. And go check out her channel. They do live streams all the time. They have some interesting conversations there. Go pop over and check them out. Give them a sub, because Gretchen does amazing work. She's an awesome part of the community, and we need to support that. So appreciate that. And
we
Andrew,
take calls from atheists, theists, everybody.
fuck yeah.
So
And you do
it's
reviews. You do
basically
review
just a
content.
bit-
Like,
it's- yeah, we do reactions, we do reviews, we do debates. It's essentially it's a sandbox for anyone who wants to come up and see if they're into it, if they want to have their own channel or something. You know what? Just come up and play on Async. We'll let you.
fantastic. Awesome. Definitely check Gretchen out. She does great work. Async at Async Network here on YouTube. And Andrew,
Thank you, Dale.
anything for us or anything or just the usual?
My usual's my usual. I'm a one-trick pony still.
Awesome. Well, we're definitely going to make it a lot easier on Wednesday, and then we will carry on with the experimentation to get things settled, because OBS is a giant pain in the ass, is what it is.
We're there. You just don't know it yet.
Ugh,
Is Async
objectively,
live? No, I'm
No,
sorry. In the chat, people are asking about Async. I can't put I'm not a mod, so I can't put the link in there. But we're gonna be live in about an hour. We usually go live about 9:30 p.m. Pacific, and then we go anywhere from 7 to 12 hours. So
there you go. A-Sync Network, all one word. And I put
for the night shift.
And Gretchen put it in there. I put it in there so you guys can see that. Definitely. All right. Async is not live quite at the moment, but Gretchen said she's going live here in about an hour. Hour and a half? Hour. Okay. Awesome.
Hour.
In 1 hour. So, thank you all so very, very much. I appreciate everybody hanging out. This was a fun stream, despite how chaotic it was. I'll be playing around with these assets to make sure that they look good. We'll play around with the transitions to get it all set. And I appreciate you guys' patience as I am trying to get that done, and I am totally screwing everything up because you got to like break some eggs to make an omelet. But you guys rock. Your patience with me and your support of the channel. I couldn't do it without you. So, with that said, you guys have a fantastic rest of your week. Have a great rest of your night and a great rest of your week. We'll see you all on Wednesday for the next Stage of Reason. I am JL. This has been the Stage of Reason here on Bridge of the Divide. And as always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide. We'll see y'all.
Watch out.
Say bye, everybody.
Bye.